Chapter 87. Imo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed darkly as he looked at the person in front of him. He no longer looked as smug as he did yesterday. If he could, he would definitely make this prince of the northern tribes die without a complete corpse. Even his bones and ashes would not be enough to quench the hatred in his heart. Unfortunately, this idiot was the prince of the northern tribes and could not die just yet. Just like those people outside, no matter how much he disliked them, no matter how much he hated them, he had to temporarily let them live. Too lazy to look at the person in front of him, Imo Xiaoyao turned and walked out of the prison. Feng Zhiyao was leaning against the wall and looking at him with a grin. You really intend to hand this idiot over to the prince of the northern tribes? Imo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and said, just this idiot is not enough. I don't care what method you use to make him spit out everything he knows in 10 days. See if there is anything useful to hand over to Yelu Hong. No matter what method? That's right, no matter what method. I just want an answer. No matter how stupid he is still Yelu Ye's younger brother. I don't believe that he doesn't know anything. Imo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, you know what to do after this. Feng Zhiyao nodded, the smile on his face widening. I understand. He is already pretty stupid. It wouldn't be a surprise if he became even more stupid. Isn't that right? Let Yelu Ping and Yelu Yi fight each other like dogs? I like this idea. Imo Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. I'll leave it to you. Take care, Your Highness. Enjoy your new marriage. Seeing Imo Xiaoyao and Ai Jing's figures disappear through the prison door, Feng Zhiyao narrowed his eyes in satisfaction as he looked at the eerie prison in front of him. He could also hear faint pleas for mercy. The smile on his face became even more radiant. What a bunch of idiots. Of all people to provoke, they had to provoke Imo Xiaoyao? Imo Xiaoyao had never been kind since he was 3 years old. Ever since that incident, even his heart had turned black. Reporting to Wang Fei, concubine dowager is here. In the study, Yili was sorting out the account books she had brought from the Yi residence when a servant girl came in to report. Yili raised her head and was stunned to see the servant girl standing at the door. Qing Shuang had already opened her mouth and said, Jiangwen, why are you here? This servant girl was the one who was sent to the sewing room by Yili when she was in the Yi residence. Her original name was Han Qing, Jingwen. The maids in King Ding's residence were all dressed in a moon-white robe with a plain-colored belt. This kind of simple yet elegant robe made her look a little flirtatious. Jingwen looked with alarm at Yili and said in a low voice, the mama in charge said that the clothes made by Jingwen's embroidery skills are not suitable for Wang Fei to wear. There are 4 first-rate embroiderers in the sewing room, so Jingwen was sent outside to serve. Although she was very happy to be able to leave the sewing room, a trace of shame flashed across Jingwen's face when her embroidery skills were found to be worthless. Yili faintly scolded this girl in her heart. This girl had stayed in the sewing room for a month or 2 and still didn't learn to be smarter. Did she think that she didn't have to worry about anything just because she had a good appearance? All right, you can leave first. Ask concubine dowager to come in. Yili waved her hand. Yes, princess consort. Jingwen bowed and respectfully retreated. Qing Shuang complained in dissatisfaction. Why did Lin Mama and Wei Mama bring her to young miss? She doesn't look like someone who knows her place. Qing Wan and Qing Yu came later and weren't familiar with Jing Wan, who had stayed in the sewing room. They only felt that she was too enchanting. Hearing Qing Shuang's words, they immediately looked over. Qing Shuang stomped her feet in annoyance. It's all my fault. I actually forgot to tell Lin Mama. Qing Xia smiled faintly. All right, Qing Shuang, Lin Mama is an old mama who followed foreign. Do you think she can't see what kind of person Jingwen is? What's more, she's just a second-class girl who serves outside. Yuan and Shui can't be compared to her. Ding Wangfu is unfamiliar with the people and the place, so she can't do anything. Yili put down the book and smiled. Qing Shuang, you still have to learn more from Qing Xia. Don't be rash about everything. Qing Shuang stuck out her tongue. Yes, I will follow Wang Fei's order. As soon as she stepped into the reception hall, Yili was stunned. A middle-aged woman in her 50s was sitting on the main seat. She was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe and a head ornament with gold and jade inlaid with gems. She looked very noble. If she didn't know her identity beforehand, Yili would have thought that she wasn't the old Prince Ding Su Fei, but the Di Fei. At this time, Side Grand Concubine was leaning against the chair and resting with her eyes closed. There were two maidservants standing behind her. One had her shoulders lowered, and the other was gently fanning herself with a palace fan. Yili couldn't help but want to laugh. It wasn't even June yet. The weather in the Chu capital wasn't hot. Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold from the fan? Wang Fei. When everyone saw Yili come in, they quickly stood up and bowed. You can leave. I've made Side Grand Concubine wait for a long time. Yili waved her hand to let them leave. She frowned and walked to the other side to sit down. Yang Side Grand Concubine slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yili with a picky face. Yili had a smile on her lips and allowed her to size her up. She turned her gaze to a white-clothed young girl sitting below. That young girl seemed to be very timid. When she met Yili's gaze, she immediately shrank back and avoided her in a panic. Side Grand Concubine has come. Is there a matter? Yili looked away and turned to Side Grand Concubine. Yang Side Grand Concubine narrowed her eyes in displeasure. It was clear that she was no longer in her prime, and her face darkened. She gave a light snort and said, Wang Fei is too arrogant. You don't know how to greet your elders after passing through the door. This dowager could only come and greet Wang Fei. Yili understood. So she had come to find trouble. She frowned with some trouble and looked at Side Grand Concubine with a faint smile. Then this Fei has been rude. But this Fei asked Prince yesterday. The prince only said that he needed to go and greet Dasa after returning home. He didn't mention that there was anyone else in the Wang Fu that this Fei needs to personally greet. Yang Side Grand Concubine's expression froze. It took a while before she recovered. She looked at Yili and said, Prince hasn't been in a good mood these years. It's hard to avoid oversights. It's fine if you don't remind him as a Wang Fei, but you dare to be so rude. Remind? Imo Xiaoyao didn't even mention you. It's obvious that he doesn't want to see you. I only reminded him because I ate too much. Long before she got married, Yili had already memorized the identities of the members of the Ding King's Fu. For example, the Yang Side Concubine in front of her. Her identity was really special. Not only was she the only side concubine of the old Prince Ding Imo Lufang, she was also the aunt of Imo Xiaoyao and Imo Xuan. She was also the sister of the former Princess Ding. But this identity didn't make her more respected in the Ding King's Fu. In fact, no matter if it was when Imo Lufang was alive or Imo Xuan, or now Imo Xiaoyao, they all treated her as heir and ignored her. Yang Side Grand Concubine wasn't even 50 years old this year. She was about the same age as Zhao Yang eldest princess. But for two women who were widowed at the same time, one would think that they were at least 10 years apart just by looking at their appearance. But Yili wouldn't sympathize with her because of this. She could only say that she asked for it. Yang Side Grand Concubine married into the Ding King's Fu when the former Princess Ding gave birth to Imo Xuan. After giving birth to Imo Xuan, Princess Ding's health became very poor. Her originally loving relationship with Prince Ding also became somewhat cold. Then, 7 years later, she passed away not long after giving birth to Imo Xiaoyao. And compared to Imo Xiaoyao's disregard for Side Grand Concubine, the usually gentle and refined Imo Xuan's attitude towards her could be said to be one of disgust. Therefore, Yili had enough reason to think that Side Grand Concubine used some unconventional method to marry into the Ding King's Fu and directly cause the relationship between Imo Lufang and Wang Fei to break. Even if she didn't talk about all of this, even if Imo Xiaoyao would take in a concubine in the future, she would definitely not accept anyone from Yishan or Yilin. If it was said that she found it hard to accept sharing a husband with others, sharing a husband with her biological sister was simply challenging the limits of her tolerance. Chapter 88. I really don't know if there is a need for me to personally pay my respects to a secondary consort, Yili said faintly with her clear eyes half closed. You. How dare you? Secondary consort Yang was so angry that her face turned red, and she pointed at Yili without saying a word. The identity of a secondary consort was the pain of her life. When she married into the prince's residence, she was already a secondary consort, and she was not disappointed as she was born from a concubine. After her sister died, she thought that she had the chance to become the main consort because the prince only had her as his secondary consort. However, the prince did not even look at her until he died. Ever since Imo Lufeng passed away, she knew that she would never have the chance. Until she died, she could only be a secondary consort, and she could not even be buried with Imo Lufeng. The prince's residence's consort Yang should know who is the one who is being impudent. Yili raised her head and stared at her faintly. The Ding King's residence respected the prince on the outside and the princess consort on the inside. Not to mention a mere secondary consort, even the proper consort Yang could not embarrass the princess consort. So after Imo Xuan passed away, the servants no longer addressed princess consort when as princess consort, but as eldest madam. This indicated that her identity was the eldest sister-in-law of the prince's princess consort, and not the princess consort of the Ding King's residence. After suppressing secondary consort Yang's arrogance, Yili's expression eased and she smiled faintly. Secondary consort Yang, do you have something to say for coming over so early? Secondary consort Yang, who was stunned by her sudden change in expression, regained her senses and her expression changed. She wanted to fly into a rage, but the girl in white sitting by the side said uneasily, "Aunt." Secondary consort Yang looked at the girl in white and actually suppressed the anger in her heart. She turned to Yili and said, "This is my maternal family's niece, Chanru." The girl in white stood up and bowed towards Yili and said gently, "Chanru greets cousin-in-law." Greets cousin-in-law. Yili frowned. The daughter of the Yang family was the niece of the senior concubine, which meant that she was Imo Shoyao's cousin. Yili was very unfamiliar with this cousin of hers. The main reason was that the Yang family was not a prestigious family. In fact, other than the first-generation Prince Ding, Imo Lanyun, who married a princess of the previous dynasty, the Imo family's several generations of princesses did not have prominent family backgrounds. Of course, this was because the men of the Imo family did not need nepotism. On the other hand, it was probably to avoid being feared by the royal family. As far as she knew, Princess Yang didn't have a legitimate brother in her mother's family, and the only concubine-born brother died a few years ago. Then Yang Chanru was the orphan of the concubine-born son of the Yang family. "Cousin, you don't have to be so courteous. Sit down." Prince must have forgotten that he hadn't heard him mention his cousin before, so he didn't have time to prepare a greeting gift. "Please don't blame me." While speaking, Yili took off the ice-type jade bracelet on her wrist and put it in Yang Chanru's hand. She smiled and asked senior concubine sitting on the side, "Cousin, do you live with senior concubine?" Senior concubine glanced at Yili and nodded. "Chanru is still young and has no other relatives, so I brought her here and can take care of her. After all, she is not a girl of the prince's mansion. It's okay to live with me." Yili didn't intend to arrange another courtyard. She nodded and smiled. "It's okay as long as cousin and senior concubine don't feel wronged. If you lack anything, just send someone to tell me. Don't be embarrassed." Senior concubine's eyes moved and said, "That's why I brought her to see you. Chanru is almost 17 years old this year. She should have considered marriage long ago. However, Prince usually doesn't see her, and I don't know much about it. Since you are Chanru's representative, then look carefully for her. Also, it's not proper for a girl to be so plain all day. She needs to wear more clothes." Senior concubine said to herself. Yang Chanru, who was sitting at the side, blushed. She lowered her head and refused to look at others. Yili leaned comfortably in the chair and listened to senior concubine speak of her demands. If there was a hint of discussion at the beginning, then it was a commanding tone towards the end. Yili looked at Yang Chanru's snow-white robes and couldn't help but frown. The Fu usually deducts cousins' expenses. Even if Imo Xiaoyao didn't like senior concubine, he wouldn't go so far as to deduct a girl's expenses, right? Looking at Yang Chanru's plain white robes, even her hair was decorated with white ribbons. People who didn't know would think that she was mourning for someone. The Yahuan who had some status in the Fu dressed more appropriately than her. Yang Chanru suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with tears and panic. She hurriedly said, "No, the Wang Fu didn't mistreat Chanru. Cousin-in-law, please don't misunderstand cousin. It's Chanru's fault." Yili couldn't help rubbing her forehead. What was this? She rubbed her brow and said to Qing Luan, "Go see if Sun Mama is free. Ask her to come over." Sun Mama came quickly. Qing Luan had clearly told her about the matter. So she brought a steward who was in charge of the Fu's accounts and the expenses. Greetings to Wang Fei. Greetings to senior concubine. The three bowed in unison. Yili nodded and said, Sun Mama, you don't have to be so courteous. Sun Mama stood up and said, Many thanks, Wang Fei. I heard that Wang Fei summoned this old servant for the matter of the side dowager's courtyard's expenses. This old servant acted on my own initiative and called Steward Wang from the accounting room and Zhang Mama, who was in charge of expenses. Wang Fei, please forgive me. Yili smiled and said, Sun Mama, you don't have to be like this. I just arrived, and Wang Fei is not familiar with these things. Senior concubine mentioned the expenses of Miss Gu, so I asked you to come over and ask. In that case, Sun Mama Zhang, what about Miss Gu's expenses? If Miss Gu suffers any grievances and outsiders know about it, it will be our Wang Fu's fault. Sun Mama Zhang hurriedly stepped forward and said with a bad expression, reporting to Wang Fei, Miss Gu's expenses have always been according to the expenses of the young miss of the Wang Fu. Although there hasn't been a young miss in our Fu for several generations, the previous rules have always been kept. This old servant doesn't dare to deduct Miss Gu's expenses. Then, what is Miss Gu's monthly expenses? If the previous rules are not enough, it doesn't matter if it is adjusted appropriately, or it can be directly allocated from my and Prince's share. Yili said. Sun Mama Zhang glanced at young Qianru sitting on the side and said, Miss Gu has 30 taels of silver to spend every month. The cosmetics she uses are all bought by the Fu. She has 4 sets of clothes for each of the spring, summer, autumn, and winter seasons. She also has 2 sets of head ornaments for the beginning of winter and the beginning of summer. She also doesn't dare to reduce her expenses during the holidays. This old servant has served in the Wang Fu for generations and doesn't dare to mistreat Miss Gu. The bookkeeper standing on the side also said, Wang Fei is wise. Prince and Wang Fei are getting married, and everyone in the Fu has rewarded them. The eldest madam received 500 taels, senior concubine received 200 taels, and Miss Gu received 100 taels. The servants in the Fu have also received their rewards. This subordinate doesn't dare to delay and can send the account books as proof. When these words were said, everyone's eyes fell on young Qianru. Looking at her white robes and her weak appearance, it was as if she would be blown away by the wind. It really didn't look like she had been mistreated. Sun Mama's upright and serious face flashed with displeasure. Don't say that the Wang Fu didn't mistreat her. Even if you have mistreated her for so many years, isn't it still the Wang Fu that raised you? The prince and princess just got married. What do you mean by wearing white? Chapter 89. The maidservants who followed Yili from the Yi family also had opinions about this delicate cousin. Fourth Miss was already delicate and moving, but this one was even more fragile than her. Furthermore, the treatment of this cousin was not much different from the treatment of the Yi family's D Miss. When their young miss was in the Yi family, she only received 30 taels of silver a month. Furthermore, this Miss Yang did not have any reputation in the capital. It could be seen that this person did not go out to socialize, so naturally, there was no need for her to spend. The young miss had just gotten married, yet she came over to complain that she was poor. It was too much. Yili frowned as she looked at the side grand concubine. It wasn't that she was stingy. She had just arrived at the Wang Fu and could not go against the rules set by the predecessors to increase young Qianru's treatment. Even if the Ding Wang Fu was large, it was impossible for them to casually withdraw money without any scruples. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Furthermore, the Wang Fu had treated young Qianru quite well. Unfortunately, the side grand concubine obviously did not think so. Seeing Yi Li's difficult expression, she couldn't help but angrily say, "What does princess mean? Qianru is still the prince's cousin. Can it be that a few taels of silver can't be spent? If outsiders know that our Ding Wang Fu mistreats an orphan girl whose parents are dead, the prince's face will not look good." In short, the side grand concubine wanted to put the reputation of mistreatment on Imo Xiaoyao's head. Then, how much does side grand concubine think is reasonable? The side grand concubine frowned and said with an unwilling expression, "It should be 80 taels of silver a month. There are also head ornaments and accessories. How can 2 sets be enough? Qianru can't go out to meet people these few years, and even her marriage has been delayed. In the future, there will be many times when she goes out with you. Let Fenghua Building send over 4 sets. Seeing the side grand concubine's matter-of-fact expression, Yili couldn't help but roll her eyes in her heart. When did she agree for young Qianru to follow her? Even if she did not go out these few years, she could still link it to the Wang Fu. If it wasn't for the Prince Ding mansion, with the Yang family's background, they might not even remember the concubine daughter of the Prince Ding mansion. Side imperial concubine, please be careful with your words. Wang Fei is the mistress of the Ding Palace. It was impossible for him to bring an unmarried girl with him when he was walking around outside. Even if there is, it should be a girl from the prince's mansion or a D-sister from the princess family. Sun Mama said with a serious face. Yili couldn't help but praise him in her heart. She didn't want to go on blind dates with a weak girl who would shed tears at the sight of flowers and rain. Hearing Granny Sun's words, Yang Qianru's face turned red. She let out a low cry and clutched her chest. Tears welled up in her eyes and were about to fall. Without waiting for side grand concubine to get angry, Yili frowned and said to the 3 people, "Since you've asked clearly, Steward Wang and Mammy Zhang should go back first. In addition, I will allocate 10 taels of silver from my monthly allowance to Miss Biao. Since she's a guest, we can't let Miss Biao suffer." "Yes, we will follow Princess's orders." Steward Wang and Mama Zhang responded and retreated. Yili continued, "Side grand concubine and Miss Biao should also go back first. As for Miss Biao's marriage, I will discuss it with the prince before giving a reply to side grand concubine." Side grand concubine was unwilling, but when she saw Yili's expression of wanting to see them off, she didn't dare to go against Yili's intentions. She could only angrily leave with the aggrieved young Qianru. After sending the 2 off, Yili looked at Sun Mama and said, "Sun Mama, Steward Wang and Mammy Zhang's salaries will be increased by 10 taels this month. Just take it from me." Sun Mama complied and looked at Yili, saying, "Actually, Princess doesn't need to pay attention to side grand concubine and Miss Biao. Our Wang Fu has never treated Miss Biao unfairly. We haven't touched a single cent of the inheritance that the Yang family left to Miss Biao." Yili helplessly said, "Look at what she's wearing today. What would others think if they saw her like this?" Sun Momo pursed her lips and said, "Princess Consort, you may not know this, but this Miss Biao is very strange. It's said that she likes white very much. The clothes we sent for the 4 seasons were all colors that girls like, but Miss Biao said that they were tacky. She was only willing to wear white clothes. If the clothes we sent didn't have white, she would rather wear her old clothes. She ruined a lot of clothes for no reason. The steward of the Fu had no choice but to send white clothes. For the prince and princess's wedding, Mama Zhang had specially ordered people to make a set of peach red and a set of light purple. Who knows? Tacky? Not necessarily, right?" Yili thought of another person who liked to wear plain clothes. "In the future, there will be many guests in the Wang Fu. We can't let her come out to meet people like this." In the past, the Wang Fu basically didn't interact with outsiders. Now that Immerse Xiaoyao was married and had come out to meet people, it wouldn't do to close the doors and refuse guests. "I'll go back and ask Prince if he wants to change out of all the plain clothes." Thinking, Yili said with a slight smile. Sun Mama froze for a moment, then immediately reacted. "What does Princess mean?" "I didn't say anything. I just don't like white clothes." Yili said with a smile. "Princess, Prince invites you." Immerse Xiaoyao didn't have any servant girls to serve him, so the one who came to deliver the message was one of Immerse Xiaoyao's personal guards. Yili nodded and stood to ask, "Where is the prince right now?" The guard said, "The prince is waiting for Princess in the water pavilion." "I know. You can go." The Ding Wang Fu could be said to be the largest Fu in Jing City. Of course, this was related to the position of the Ding Wang Fu in the Duchu state. The Wang Fu had been remodeled by successive princes for over 100 years. Even though the area hadn't expanded, the scenery inside the Wang Fu could be called the best in Jing City. In the southwest corner of the Wang Fu, there was a natural lake that took up 1/6 of the entire Wang Fu. There was a wooden corridor built on the surface of the lake that led to a water pavilion with 3 rooms in the middle of the lake. The surface of the lake was covered in green lotus leaves, making the lake water ripple. Just walking in, one could feel a faint coolness. It must be a good place to relax in the summer. Waving her hand to stop the servant girls, Yili walked alone along the corridor on the surface of the lake towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. As expected, she saw Immerse Xiaoyao sitting in front of the open window, lost in thought. Hearing her footsteps, Immerse Xiaoyao came back to his senses and said with a smile, Yili walked in. What are you thinking about? Immerse Xiaoyao shook his head and said with a smile, I've been busy with some trivial matters these past 2 days. I didn't have time to ask if you're used to it. Yili shrugged and found a place to sit across from him. She said with a smile, My ability to adapt has always been very good. The people in the Wang Fu are also very good. I'm very used to it. Seeing Immerse Xiaoyao looking at her with a strange expression, Yili blinked her eyes and said with a smile, It can't be that you're not used to it, right? She didn't expect Immerse Xiaoyao to actually nod his head and said with a smile in a low voice, I'm indeed not used to it. It seems it's been many years since I was the only one in this Wang Fu. Do you need me to leave? Yili was a little apologetic. She didn't think that her existence would cause trouble for Immerse Xiaoyao. Immerse Xiaoyao laughed involuntarily and shook his head. How could that be? Li, I thought that we were husband and wife. So? I feel that we need to spend more time together, Immerse Xiaoyao said. Yili understood. Some people would habitually avoid things that they were not used to, but others would choose to face them head-on. Immerse Xiaoyao clearly belonged to the latter. For a couple like them who clearly had no feelings before marriage, they needed to cultivate feelings after marriage. Do you have any good suggestions? Immerse Xiaoyao said. If you have time, you can accompany me to talk or read a book. Or if you don't feel ashamed, I can accompany you for a walk. Chapter 90. Go out? Yili was a bit tempted. She seemed to have forgotten that there was another benefit after getting married. It was more convenient to go out than before. No problem. Yili nodded, agreeing with Immerse Xiaoyao's suggestion. Immerse Xiaoyao was startled when he saw that she didn't hesitate at all. A faint smile appeared on his lips. You said you wanted to draw a portrait for Ali yesterday. Ali, come over and take a look. What do you think of this? Yili walked over in surprise. You're done so quickly? There was an open painting on the table in front of Immerse Xiaoyao. In the painting, there was a woman dressed in red standing with a sword. Yili recognized at a glance that the dress and the accessories on her head were the ones she had worn on the day of her wedding. However, the red dress she was wearing was not the heavy and complicated wedding dress embroidered with a phoenix peony. Instead, it was a simple red dress with golden cloud embroidery. There was a golden belt around her waist. The peony between her eyebrows had been replaced by a bright red flame. The woman's hands were dancing. Her expression was bright and dignified, but there was also a trace of arrogance and sharpness. This is me? Yili looked at the woman in the painting in a daze and softly said. The woman in the painting had a familiar face, but it also seemed a bit unfamiliar. However, that unfamiliar feeling seemed to be the one she was truly familiar with. For some reason, Yili felt that the woman in the painting was very beautiful. She was 100 times more beautiful than her usual self in the mirror. Immerse Xiaoyao smiled and said, The beauty dance of the past. One sword moves the 4 directions. Li has the style of Princess Qingyun of the past. I haven't. Yili shook her head. She had never wielded a sword in front of anyone before. More accurately, she did not know how to wield a sword at all. Yili was lost in thought as she looked at the cloud-embracing sword in the hand of the woman in the painting. Immerse Xiaoyao faintly smiled and said, I feel that this is the real Li. Yili was silent. However, her eyes could not move away from the woman in the painting. Indeed, she had seen such an expression on another familiar face before. He came and went freely in the rain of bullets and killed enemies with his bare hands in the rain of blood. That was a completely different life from now. Ever since she accepted reality, she had been trying her best to conform to the standards of women in this era. She also thought that she had gradually forgotten the woman who laughed wantonly in the mud and sweat. But if she had really forgotten about it, if she had really accepted it, how could she have hidden her skills like this? That day, when Li held the cloud-embracing sword, I felt that Li was more beautiful than I've ever seen her. Immerse Xiaoyao seemed to sigh. The image of Li unsheathing her cloud-embracing sword appeared in his mind. Although it was only for a short moment, It was completely different from any other woman's biting cold aura and the free and unrestrained heroic spirit of brandishing her sword. In that instant, Immerse Shoyao thought he was looking at a famous general who had dominated the battlefield. Can you give me this painting? Yi Li asked hesitantly. Immerse Shoyao smiled and said, this was originally meant for you. Ever since the topic of painting had been brought up yesterday, Immerse Shoyao knew that Li Li was just joking. But in his mind, from time to time, Yi Li's beautiful appearance on their wedding night, and the scene of her unsheathing her sword that day in the main hall of the Yi residence. So even though there were many things to do in the palace these past 2 days, he still worked through the night to finish this painting. But, you haven't written it yet? What does Li think is appropriate? Yi Li shook her head. She hesitated and said, no need. I don't need to take it out for others to admire. She really liked this painting. If she wrote it, what would she do if it was ruined? Immerse Shoyao raised an eyebrow and then nodded and said, all right, since you want to write it, you still need to sign it off. He picked up a brush from the brush holder on the table and ordered, help me grind the ink. Yi Li was also curious about Immerse Shoyao's handwriting. Just from the painting, when Immerse Shoyao said that his painting was not worse than Han Mingyue's, he was not boasting. But how was his handwriting? Immerse Shoyao looked at her and smiled. Li Li's calligraphy is unique. I might have to disappoint you. Yi Li smiled as she watched him dip the brush in the ink and leave a line of words on the side of the painting. Prince Ding Shoyao presents his wife Li Li. Immerse Shoyao's handwriting was tall and elegant. It looked imposing, but it did not make people feel that it was showing off. Yi Li was very satisfied. She carefully took the painting to the side to dry it and put it away. When she saw the words, presents his wife Li Li on the painting, she suddenly had a strange feeling. She looked up at Immerse Shoyao and saw that he was looking at her. If she just looked away, wouldn't she seem guilty? Yi Li could only open her eyes wide and look back. Immerse Shoyao smiled faintly and was the first to look away. The strange atmosphere made Yi Li want to leave, but the painting on the table made her reluctant to leave. And if she left like this, wouldn't it mean that she admitted defeat? She had just promised to spend more time with him. Her mind quickly turned. Yi Li quickly changed the topic. Right, I wanted to discuss something with you. Can you change out of all the white clothes? Seeing Immerse Shoyao raise his eyebrows in confusion, Yi Li asked, or do you just happen to like white clothes? Immerse Shoyao shook his head. I don't have a preference for colors. I'm just used to it. But, why did you think of this? Based on his understanding of Yi Li, she definitely wouldn't be interested in what color he wore. Yi Li smiled and told him what happened in the courtyard. Immerse Shoyao looked at her speechlessly. So you think that because I wear white, she won't wear anything but white? Yi Li nodded. That's what I think. But I don't wear white clothes every day. Although his clothes were mostly plain, it didn't mean that he didn't have any other colors. But it's very obvious that every time you appear in front of her, you're probably coincidentally wearing white. Yi Li shrugged lazily. Haha. Li Li, are you jealous? Immerse Shoyao stared at her for a long time and laughed softly. Jealous? Yi Li's face couldn't help but darken. She shot up and said woodenly, apologies. My fu lacks vinegar. Finishing, she didn't even look at the painting as she turned and walked out. Prince? A short while later, a Jing appeared at the door and looked at Immerse Shoyao. Sun Mama was right. Prince didn't know how to interact with Wang Fei. Wang Fei was so angry that she ran away in a short while. Immerse Shoyao gave a faint smile later. Send this painting to Wang Fei. Qing Luan and the others followed behind Yi Li, seeing their usually gentle young miss striding away with a black face. They couldn't help but look at each other. The pavilion in the center of the lake was too far from the shore. They couldn't hear what Prince and Wang Fei had said. Qing Xia asked uncertainly, did Prince bully Wang Fei? Qing Shuang's face instantly darkened. What? Prince bullied Miss? Qing Luan and Qing Yu helplessly pulled back Qing Shuang, who was about to explode. Qing Luan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. She had seen Wang Fei's skills with her own eyes. She could easily knock out a strong man without even panting. Just based on the fact that Prince was in a wheelchair, could he bully Wang Fei? Qing Yu thought for a moment and said, let's ask Ajin later. He definitely knows. Qing Shuang twisted her mouth. He stayed by the shore like us. What could he know? Qing Xia agreed. He's been with Prince since he was a child. He definitely knows how Prince made Wang Fei angry. Let's go. Wang Fei has gone far. Chapter 91. Yili walked quickly towards her own yard as she cursed Imo Xiaoyao in her heart. She must have been blind to think that this guy was gentle. She had even thought that he was pure. That bastard had teased her. Jealous. Jealous. Idiot. How could she be jealous over a man she had just met? At most, she liked him because he coveted her things. What's wrong, Wang Fei? Returning to the yard, Wei Mama came out to greet her. Seeing Yili's dark expression, she quickly asked. After leaving the young miss she had raised for so many years, Wei Mama had given Yili all the care she had missed in the past few years. She was more concerned about her health than anyone else. Being asked this by the mama, Yili felt a bit embarrassed. She knew that she had overreacted. She didn't have the face to say that she had left in a fit of pique after being teased by Imo Xiaoyao. She quickly pulled Wei Mama and said, "Nanny, didn't I tell you to rest? Be careful that your little grandson won't recognize you if you keep circling around me like this." Lin Mama and Wei Mama's entire family had followed Yili to the Wang Fu. Yili had placed the capable men of their family in the shops or farmsteads outside to be stewards. The womenfolk were left in her own yard. She did her best to have them serve her as little as possible, especially since Lin Mama wasn't young anymore. It wouldn't be easy for her to run around with a young person like her. Wei Mama looked at her and said with a bit of sadness, "Young Miss has grown up and doesn't like Nanny, right?" Nanny. Yili's head hurt. It was this again. But at least she had moved on from the previous matter. Pulling Wei Mama into the room, Yili comforted her with gentle words, causing Wei Mama to smile. "Wang Fei, a Jean is here." Qing Shuang came in and said. Her delicate face was still puffed up with anger. It was clear that she was angry with a Jean outside. "Let him come in," Yili teased with a smile. "Who provoked our Shuanger?" Qing Shuang's little face blushed, and she stomped her foot and said, "Young miss, it's all because of that damned Jean. Just because he's one of Prince's people, he's always putting on a poker face, as if someone owes him 500 taels of silver." Yili sighed helplessly. "Qing Shuang, you're the one who's being unreasonable. Jean just doesn't like to talk. He's far from a dead face." Imo Jingli was the one with the deadpan face. Jean was at most a man of few words. Even her second brother could not compare to that cold face of hers. Jean came in with the box and looked at Qing expressionlessly. Qing Shuang also knew that the person in question had heard her badmouthing someone behind their back. She turned her face away guiltily. Yili laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she looked at Jean with a serious face. "Jean, what's the matter?" Jean put the box on the table and took 2 steps back before saying, "Jean was ordered by His Highness to deliver this." "Prince." Prince said that he did not purposely make Wang Fei angry. "Wang Fei, Darren, please be magnanimous and do not take offense." He stuttered as he spoke. Yili knew what was going on. She looked at Jean with a smile and said, "Jean, who taught you that last sentence?" Jean's face turned red. He looked dazedly at Yili and didn't know what to do. Wang Fei and Prince were both smart people. Lying in front of them would always be seen through. Jean silently remembered this fact. Yili smiled and added, "Your prince definitely wouldn't say something like that. Also, I'm not angry. I'll take the item. You can go back." Jean silently left. Yili opened the box in a good mood. As expected, there was the portrait she had been thinking about. She had just been thinking about what excuse to use to get the portrait back. She hadn't thought that Imo Xiaoyao would be so considerate and immediately send Jean to deliver it. Unfolding the portrait on the table, Yili stared at the woman in the portrait and sighed softly. Imo Xiaoyao's voice couldn't help but ring in her mind. "I feel that this is the real Li, so beautiful." Qing Shuang, who was standing at the side, exclaimed excitedly, "Miss, was this painted by Prince? It's so beautiful." Wei Momo also nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "Prince is really considerate towards Mississippi. It seems that eldest master and eldest young master didn't misjudge him." Hee. Yili was speechless. Was there a need for a portrait? In the blink of an eye, it was time to return home. These 3 days, Yili could be said to have adapted well in the Ding King's Fu. Even Lin Momo and Wei Momo, who had been worried, relaxed. Only the prince and the princess consort hadn't consummated yet. This made the two nannies very dissatisfied. However, they weren't the only ones who were worried and dissatisfied. There was also Sun Momo from the Ding King's Fu. Sun Momo had watched Imo Xiaoyao grow up and knew her master's temper well. She wasn't dissatisfied with the new princess consort. She even hinted that Lin Momo and Wei Momo would think of a way. The Ding King's Fu was harmonious and respected their miss very much. When they returned home, Miss would officially take charge of the Ding King's Fu. How could the two nannies be dissatisfied? Therefore, when they returned home, the smile on their faces was like a blooming flower. The Yi family's welcome was exceptionally grand. Not only did Minister Yi and Wang Shi bring Yi Shan, Yi Lin, and Yi Rong, even the married Yi Zhen and Yi Ying brought their respective husbands back. Yi Li wasn't curious that Yi Ying would come back to join in the fun. However, Yi Zhen, as the concubine of the Southern Marquis heir, was able to let the Southern Marquis heir accompany her back. Once they entered the door and met old Madame Yi, Yi Li was pulled away by her sisters to have a private chat. Imo Xiaoyao stayed in the main hall to talk with Minister Yi and Imo Jingli. Qing Yixian, where Yi Li used to live, was still there. The sisters sat at the stone table in Qing Yixian's courtyard to talk. Yizhen looked at the maidservants standing not far away, and then looked at Yi Li, who was wearing a light purple robe. She wore a pearl tassel hairpin, pearl earrings, and a lotus-patterned warm jade bracelet on her wrist. Her expression was indifferent, and there was a smile on her lips. It seemed that she had an additional noble aura compared to when she was at home. She couldn't help but sigh enviously. It seems that third sister is having a good time in the Ding King's residence? Yi Li smiled. Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. Yishan pulled Yi Li and asked non-stop, such as whether the Ding King's residence was big or not, whether it was beautiful, who were the people in the residence, whether they were easy to get along with, and so on. Yi Li wasn't in a hurry. She waited for her to ask enough before she answered some of the questions. Yishan didn't get an answer and wanted to ask again. However, she was pulled away by Yi Lin, who was sitting beside her. She could only shut her mouth in disappointment. I heard that the Ding King's residence has a former princess and concubine. Has third sister seen them? Yishan kept asking nonstop, and Ying couldn't get a word in edgewise. She could only sit by the side with an indifferent face. At this time, she stared at Yi Li and asked. Yi Li looked at Yi Ying in surprise and frowned. Fourth sister, are you not feeling well recently? It hadn't been long since they last met, and Yi Ying's appearance had changed a lot. She felt that she had become thinner and frilier. In the past, when she was in the Yi family, although Yi Ying was weak, Wang Shi had taken good care of her. Her face always had an alluring blush. But now, without that blush, her entire person suddenly became darker. Although she had put on some rouge on her face, it wasn't as beautiful and natural as before. Yi Ying's gaze changed slightly, and she faintly lowered her eyes. Thank you for your concern, third sister. I am just a little tired. Chapter 92. Yi Li sighed in her heart. Yi Ying had really changed a lot. It seemed that the ability of virtuous concubine Zhao old concubine to teach people was beyond Yi old madame's reach. If you are tired, rest more. No matter what, your body is the most important. Without a good body, there is nothing. Yi Li advised a few words before answering Yi Ying's question. Sister-in-law has been practicing Buddhism all year round. She only pays her respects when she returns. As for Su old concubine, thinking of the eccentric Su old concubine in the Fu, Yi Li couldn't help but frown and said lightly, Father Su Fei does not need to meet often. Yishan exclaimed, Then isn't there only third sister and Prince Ding in the Ding King Fu? When these words came out, not only Yishan, Yi Zhen, and Yi Lin, but even Yi Ying couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. In the Fu, there were no elders above, no sister-in-law or sister-in-law, and even no sister-in-law to deal with. It was simply every newly married woman's dream. But when she thought of Imo Xiaoyao's situation, Ying faintly felt that she was balanced. Compared to being ridiculed and sympathized with outside, being wronged at home was still bearable, right? It seems that third sister and prince's relationship is also very good. Third sister is really lucky. Yi Zhen sighed and said faintly. Ying didn't believe it and asked suspiciously, "Is Prince Ding's temper really that good? I heard others say that people with physical disabilities generally have weird tempers." Yili frowned and said, "Prince is not difficult to get along with." She didn't know if Imo Xiaoyao's temper was good, but at present, they were getting along very well. Ying also knew that Yili was a little unhappy because of her words, but she was never used to lowering her head to Yili. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little stiff. Yizhen looked at the two and could only open her mouth to change the topic. "In a few days, the palace will hold a banquet to send off the envoys from various countries. Have third sister and fourth sister receive the invitation?" Yili shook her head and said, "No." Yilin smiled and said, "The envoys from various countries are here to celebrate third sister and prince's wedding. Even if the others don't attend, the prince and third sister will definitely attend." "But how did eldest sister find out faster than third sister and fourth sister?" Yizhen smiled and said, "This time, it was the emperor who gave our family Shitzi the responsibility. Naturally, I know some things first." Yishan's eyes lit up and said, "Then, will eldest sister be going later?" Yizhen nodded her head shyly and happily. "The crown prince said that he would bring me to the palace this time." After saying this, she looked gratefully at Yili. Clearly, Marquis Nan Shitzi had decided to bring a side consort like her to the palace banquet because she had just become Princess Ding's younger sister. Although she was only a secondary consort, Yizhen now felt that she could stand firm in the Marquis Fu. After all, even the princess consort didn't have a younger sister who was a Jiaoyi and two younger sisters who were Wang Fei. Based on this point, if she could give birth to an heir, she would have a chance to compete with the princess consort in the future. Even if eldest sister can go, you definitely can't go." Ying glanced at Yishan and said coldly. Yishan immediately blushed and said embarrassedly, "Fourth sister, I don't think so." Ying didn't even look at her and said, "Who has the time to care about what you think? It's just that some people can't see their own status clearly." Yishan's eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes. In the end, she could only get up and run out. Yi Ying's words were too harsh. Although they were directed at Yishan, Yilin still felt uncomfortable. Seeing Yishan run away, she also got up and chased after her. Even Yizhen's expression was not good. Yili looked strangely at Ying and then at Yizhen. Yizhen sighed helplessly and said softly, "Fourth sister, even if you're in a bad mood, don't take it out on sixth sister." Ying gripped the handkerchief in her hand and sneered, "I'm in a bad mood? Eldest sister, ask third sister if she's in a good mood." Greetings to the three young ladies. Old Madam invites Princess Ding over for a chat. A maid from Rongla Hall came over to pass on the message. Ying glanced at Yili and sneered, "Third sister, don't you want to know what happened to me? You'll know when you get there." Yili shook her head and got up to look at Ying. "Fourth sister, your temper is fine at home. You're already married, but you're still like this? Do you think Madam can still protect you all the time?" Yi Ying's expression darkened, and she stubbornly turned her head away and didn't speak. Yili didn't force her. Although they were blood-related sisters, she didn't have the feelings for them as compared to her former cousins. She also didn't have the same feelings for her cousins in the Su family. If she could persuade them, she would. If they didn't listen, there was nothing she could do. When they arrived at Rongla Hall, old Madame Yi was sitting in the flower hall dressed in a festive manner. When she saw Yili coming in, she smiled like a flower. "Lear, come and let grandmother take a look." Yili walked over and sat beside old Madame Yi. Old Madame Yi sized up Yili and nodded her head in satisfaction. "Are you used to living in the Ding Palace these few days? Are the servants in the palace easy to order around? Did anyone make things difficult for you?" Yili smiled. "I've made grandmother worry. Lear as well. The servants in the palace are also very respectful." Old Madame Yi nodded her head repeatedly. That's good. Then you and Prince." Yili said, "Prince is also easy to get along with." Old Madame Yi was in a difficult position. She looked at Yili and said, "Grandmother is talking about you and Prince. You and Prince, when do you plan to have a child? Prince is not young anymore." Yili was slightly embarrassed. Old Madame Yi pondered for a long time and wanted to ask if they had consummated their marriage. Old Madame Yi stared at her and said, "Don't lie to grandmother. If grandmother can't tell, then she has lived for so many years in vain." You and Prince haven't consummated your marriage yet, right? Old Madam Yi obviously understood that this granddaughter was different from the others. She quickly gave up beating around the bush and asked directly. She could also tell? Yili thought for a while and said calmly, Grandmother, you don't have to worry. Prince and I don't feel that we are familiar with each other. It's not too late to get along with each other for a while. Moreover, we are getting along very well now, so there's no hurry. Old Madam Yi looked at Yili's calm face and secretly shook her head in her heart. Then, who will take care of the affairs of the prince's mansion? The external affairs will naturally be taken care of by Prince. The affairs of the prince's mansion will be handed over to me after we return. Yili replied. Old Madam Ye's expression became slightly better. At least this granddaughter knew how to grasp the power of the prince's mansion. Old Madam Yi was really helpless towards Yili and Ying, these two granddaughters. Ying looked smart, but in fact, she was brainless. After marrying into the prince's mansion, she didn't know how to grasp the power of the prince's mansion. Every day, she was jealous of her concubines and made herself look like a resentful wife. In contrast, Yili, who didn't reveal her talents, was obviously much smarter. Just by looking at the attitude of the servants who followed Yili from the prince's mansion, one could tell that she had a good life in the Prince Ding mansion. But she didn't care about Prince Ding too much. Even as Princess Ding, if she wanted a lifetime of glory and wealth, she still had to rely on Prince Ding. Tell grandmother honestly. Is it because of Prince Ding's leg that you? Old Madam Yi waved away the servants in front of her and grabbed Yili to ask in a low voice. Chapter 93. Yili was speechless, but in Old Madam Ye's eyes, her guess was confirmed. Old Madam Yi sighed. Poor child. Grandma knows you have a hard life. But things are already like this, and you have already married into the Prince Ding mansion. What else can you do? Even if you are Princess Ding, you still have to hold tightly onto the prince. The most important thing is to have children. As long as you have children, no one can touch your position. Do you understand? Does the prince have concubines? Yili shook her head. Old Madam Ye's smile became brighter. It seems that the prince still values you. It's better if you don't have concubines. As long as you have children with the prince first, in the future. Looking at Old Madam Ye's speechless expression, Yili pondered for a long time and finally understood Old Madam Ye's meaning. Old Madam Ye was telling her that even if she didn't like Imo Xiaoyao's disabled legs, she must have children first. As long as she had children, if she really couldn't accept Imo Xiaoyao, she could push him to other women. Anyway, she was the princess and had status, as long as she had children. A man's favor was mostly unreliable. Why didn't she doubt that Imo Xiaoyao couldn't do it? Yili had some evil thoughts. Thank you for your advice, Grandma, Lear knows. In order to prevent Old Madam Yi from continuing to impart her experience to her, Yili quickly agreed. Old Madam Yi was very satisfied with her advice and nodded. Good child. Grandma knows that you understand better than Ing-er. Originally, you shouldn't have said this today, but after you become the Princess Ding, you won't have time to come home. Grandma will say it to you now. After a few days, if you have nothing to do, you can pick up your fifth sister and sixth sister to accompany you in the mansion. Yili was startled and slightly frowned. Old Madam Yi said, Shan-er and Lin-er are good children. You sisters grew up together. If they can, it will be helpful for you and Ing-er. Grandmother's intention was for Lin-er to be more mature. It would be best if she could follow Ing-er to the Li Palace. Shan-er's temperament is lively, and your temperament can suppress her. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Yili couldn't help but want to go crazy. Isn't this old lady taking things for granted? Even the personnel had been allocated. It just so happened that the Li Prince Mansion and the Prince Ding Mansion had one each. No wonder Yi Ying's expression was so ugly just now. She was already sullen enough when she fought with Imo Jingli's concubine in the Li Palace. In the end, her maternal family even sent her own sisters to make things worse. Anyone would be depressed. Coughing lightly, Yili straightened her face and said with a smile, Grandmother, isn't it too early to talk about this? The prince and I haven't. If I rush to let my younger sister enter the residence, what will the prince think? Old Madam Yi smiled and said, Grandmother didn't ask you to do it now. Anyway, Shan-er was still young. It wouldn't hurt to wait another 1 or 2 years. As long as you have a plan in your heart, it's fine. Yili pulled the corner of her mouth and asked, although fifth sister and sixth sister are born of concubines, the status of our minister's mansion is not low. Entering the prince's mansion as a concubine would be a grievance to them. Old Madam Yi waved her hand carelessly and said, marriage is decided by the parents. What grievance do they have? Isn't entering the prince's mansion as a concubine more honorable than marrying a minor official or a concubine's son as the legal wife? Li doesn't need to worry about the two of them. Shan and Lin have always been obedient. They won't have any objections. I have objections. Yili thought for a while and said, Li understands what grandmother and father mean, but our family's daughters, except for second sister who entered the palace, have all joined the prince's mansion. This is not good for second sister. This matter. Has grandmother discussed it with father? In fact, after thinking about it seriously, Yili understood why old Madam Yi was so worried. Wasn't it because of the unborn child in the palace who was still unknown whether it was a boy or a girl? Not to mention now that she had joined the Prince Ding mansion, even if she was still unmarried, Yili had never planned to cooperate with old Madam Ye's wild and imaginative plan. She really didn't understand why Minister Yi, who was considered an official for a long time, would agree with the plan of an old man who sat at home and didn't go out. Old Madam Yi was stunned. She squinted her old eyes and looked at Yili for a while before saying, What do you mean? Yili smiled and said, Li is also a daughter of the Yi family. If second sister is good, then naturally Li is good. But grandmother can't only care about two princes' mansion. You have to know. Prince always doesn't care about the facts. And the support of the officials in the court is also very important. This? Yili smiled faintly and said, Li doesn't know about fourth sister. But if it's the Prince Ding mansion, grandmother should rest assured that Li doesn't need any help. Old Madam Yi was silent for a moment. She also knew that Yi Li's words made sense. Not to mention that Yi Li was confident that she could control the Prince Ding mansion. Then, she really didn't need the Yi family to compensate another daughter. But if Yi Li wasn't willing and they forced one to go over, it wouldn't look good if the sisters fought against each other. And from old Madam Ye's point of view, whether it was Yi Shan or Yi Lin, they obviously couldn't win against Yi Li. After thinking through this, old Madam Yi didn't insist anymore. She smiled and said, Li words make sense. It's grandmother who didn't think it through. Just treat it as if grandmother didn't mention it. Although the Prince Ding mansion had a prominent reputation, but in the past generations, Prince Ding had never participated in the royal family's affairs. From this point of view, the Prince Ding mansion's role wasn't as big as the princely mansion. Yes, grandmother didn't say anything. Lear also didn't hear anything. Yili softly replied, Of course, it would be best to dispel old Madam Ye's thoughts. In the future, the Prince Ding mansion would be her home. She didn't want to see any existence that would make her feel uncomfortable there. After chatting with old Madam Yi for a while, the servants came to invite them to eat. Because it was a family banquet, there weren't any outsiders present. Only old Madam Yi brought Minister Yi and Wang Shi, Imo Jingli and Ying, Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li, as well as Nanho's heir, Fu Zhao. At the dining table, Yili could clearly feel a cold gaze sweeping over her body from time to time. Without even looking up, Yili could guess who that person was. Ying attentively served Imo Jingli dishes. Imo Jingli was still staring at Yili from time to time with an expression as if someone owed him a few thousand taels. Imo Xiaoyao and Yili ate leisurely and calmly, occasionally serving each other's favorite dishes. Fu Zhao looked thoughtfully at this side and then at the other side, drinking and eating as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Minister Ye's expression was slightly awkward and comical. It could be seen that he was trying to make the atmosphere at the banquet more harmonious and natural. But he couldn't afford to offend any of the three sons-in-law. Other than Nanho Shitzi, who gave him some face, Imo Xiaoyao wasn't hard to get along with. Imo Jingli's face clearly showed that he wasn't happy. Cough, speaking of Prince, we haven't seen each other in a few years. Let me give you a toast. In the end, it was Fu Zhao who broke the strange atmosphere. He stood and gave a toast to Imo Xiaoyao, also to Wang Fei. May Prince and Wang Fei have a long and happy life together. Imo Xiaoyao raised his wine cup and said with a warm smile, Thank you for your auspicious words. I wasn't able to go and congratulate you on your wedding. Don't blame me. He raised his head and drank Fu Zhao's toast. The smile on Fu Zhao's face became more genuine. He said with a smile, "No matter. We've known each other since childhood. Now we are relatives. Before we came, my mother told me to invite Wang Fei to visit the Marquis Fu when she has the time." This Nan Ho Shitzi clearly knew how to conduct himself. Everyone in Jing knew that while Nan Ho Shitzi hadn't inherited the title, the Shitzi Fei was in charge of the Marquis Fu. At this time, he didn't mention the Shitzi Fei and only spoke of the Nan Ho foreign. Chapter 94. Yili raised her cup to return the toast and said with a smile, "Shitzi has written Nan Ho foreign for me." Yili raised her cup to return the toast and said with a smile, "Shitzi has written Nan Ho foreign for me." Imo Jingli looked at the people talking and laughing in front of him. He lightly snorted and stood, saying, "Since Fu Zhao has made a toast, then Imo Xiaoyao, I will also make a toast to you." Imo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, saying, "I also haven't drunk with Jingli in a long time. Will I also make a toast to you and Li Wang Fei?" Imo Jingli lightly snorted and waved away the servant girl who came forward to pour wine. He personally poured a cup for Imo Xiaoyao and himself. He raised his head and drank it all. Then he looked provocatively at the wine cup in front of Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao smiled and did not speak. He raised the cup and drank it all. Again. Imo Jingli raised the wine pot and filled it again. The two actually started to drink at the table. Yili frowned as she looked at the two men drinking without a word. Minister Ye's eyes were about to fly out, but no one paid attention. Old Madam Yi tried to persuade him but was ignored by Imo Jingli. Imo Xiaoyao nodded at Old Madam Yi with a smile, but did not refuse Imo Jingli's urging to drink. Yili glanced at Ajin, who was standing not far away. Ajin detected Yili's gaze and showed an anxious expression as she looked at Imo Xiaoyao, who was silently drinking. Imo Jingli once again reached out to pour wine, a jade-like hand covering the wine cup. Imo Jingli's face darkened. He raised an eyebrow at Imo Xiaoyao and said, "Imo Xiaoyao, what is the meaning of this?" Yili's expression was indifferent. She placed the wine cup in front of her. "Is Li Wang drunk? The one who stopped the wine was me. Why are you asking about my family's prince?" Imo Jingli sneered and said disdainfully, "What business does a woman have when a man drinks? I won't lower myself to a woman's level." Yili smiled coldly. "Women also won't lower themselves to Prince Li's level. It's just that this consort and prince still need to visit the Su family in the afternoon. Does Prince Li want our prince to visit the Su family while reeking of alcohol?" One had to know that not everyone could be as carefree as King Li, especially since the Su family is a scholarly family. They have a long history of etiquette. Does Prince Li want this consort and prince to be kicked out by uncle? Imo Xiaoyao, it can't be that you've developed the problem of being afraid of women after getting married, right? Imo Jingli glared at Yili with a dark expression for a while before speaking to Imo Xiaoyao with a cold smile. Imo Xiaoyao looked at him calmly. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. "Jingli, it's not a bad thing to respect your wife's opinion. Li is right. We still need to visit Sir Su and Imperial Censor Su in the afternoon. You know that Sir Hongyu really dares to kick us out." Imo Jingli was not going to let this go. How could I not know that when returning home, not only does one have to see the maternal family, but one also has to see the maternal family? Stop wasting words. Imo Xiaoyao, are you going to drink I's toast or not? I'm not drinking. Imo Xiaoyao replied bluntly. Yili, who was sitting next to him, could clearly feel that Imo Xiaoyao's mood was unusually good. Even when he was talking to Imo Jingli, Yili could not help but hear a hint of teasing in his voice. Ahem. Princely, since Prince Ding still has things to do, let's not force him. It's not too late to drink when we have time. Fu Zhao helplessly tried to mediate the situation. They had all grown up in the capital and had known each other since they were young. Imo Xiaoyao and Imo Jingli had not been on good terms since they were young. Who would have thought that after not seeing each other for so many years, they would become even worse? This made things difficult for them, the bystanders, to handle. Looking at Imo Xiaoyao, Fu Zhao could not help but rejoice. Imo Xiaoyao's temper was much better now, and he could even listen to Wang Fei's advice. If it was in the past, the two of them would have either fought to the death or come to blows. Jingli, Ying coaxed, don't we still have to go out in the afternoon? Let's treat Prince Ding to a drink next time. Emo Jingli narrowed his eyes at her. He snorted softly and did not speak anymore. Everyone else also sighed in relief. Minister Yi rubbed his aching temples and swore in his heart that he would never let these two sons-in-law drink at the same table again. After lunch, Yi Li and Emo Xiaoyao held hands and bid farewell to the Su Fu. Before they left, Su Hongyu called Emo Xiaoyao alone to the study to talk for an hour. Yi Li was not allowed to listen in and could only wait outside the study. The brothers of the Su family, other than Su Qingqian, whose whereabouts were unknown, and Su Qingze, who was ordered around by second aunt, were all in the yard with her. Su Qingyan leaned on the table and looked at Yi Li with a grin as he said, Li Jejia, my father won't eat brother-in-law. You don't have to worry about him. Yi Li rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Which eye of yours saw me worry about him? Su Qingyan pointed at his eyes and said with a smile, both of my eyes saw it. The usually careless Su Qingfeng felt a rare emotion. He looked at Yi Li and said sadly, I didn't think that in just a few days, Li Er would become someone else's. If Prince Ding bullies you, come back and tell Sanji. Sanji will definitely stand up for you. Yi Li nodded and said seriously, I will remember. Sanji, don't worry. Su Qingfeng sighed and said, in a few days, I will be leaving the capital. Sanji will tell second brother that when second brother gets married, second sister-in-law will often go to the Prince Ding mansion to see you. Su Qingyan smiled and said, Sanji, you don't have to be so exaggerated. The Prince Ding mansion is not a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. With us here, how could Prince Ding dare to bully Li Jejia? Su Qingbai, who was by the side, rolled his eyes and said, who was the one who retreated the moment they saw Prince Ding? How did the Su family produce such a timid lad that they even hoped that he would stand up for Li Er? Su Qingyan's face turned red. Thinking of someone's methods, he couldn't help but tremble and said, CG, you can't blame me for being timid. It's really someone. Too cruel. Thinking of the two unlucky bandits in the courtyard that night, Su Qingyan went back and had nightmares for a few nights. Now that he saw Mo Xiaoyao, he reflexively wanted to hide behind Su Qingbai. Yi Li looked at Su Qingyan's guilty expression. Although he didn't finish his words, she could guess the gist of it. It was probably someone who did something frightening that scared Su Qingyan. Yi Li didn't intend to delve into this. Mo Xiaoyao was a famous general who had killed his way out of the battlefield when he was young. She didn't expect him to be a spotless and elegant gentleman. After returning to the prince's mansion, Yi Li began to busy herself with taking over the various affairs of the prince's mansion. Just the various account books made Yi Li look at them for 2 days before she was able to figure them out. At the same time, she was secretly amazed that the Ding prince's mansion was indeed rich. Several generations of princes' accumulated family property made Yi Li amazed. When she was almost done, she received an invitation from the palace for a banquet. With the reason of sending envoys from various countries to bid farewell, whether it was Mo Xiaoyao or Yi Li, they obviously couldn't find a reason to refuse. Entering the palace once again, Yi Li's mood wasn't very good because of the unpleasant experience from the last time. The Ding prince's mansion's horse carriage didn't alight at the palace gates like ordinary nobles. Instead, it directly entered the palace gates. Mo Xiaoyao was wearing a moon-white robe with a silver dragon embroidered with auspicious clouds and eagles. His hair was tied up with a white jade crown inlaid with sapphires. He looked cultured and elegant. Is Li in a bad mood? Yi Li lazily leaned against the horse carriage and said, It's nothing. The palace always makes people feel a little depressed. Chapter 95. Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile. I don't know how many people think of ways to enter the palace. Li's way of thinking is very special. Yi Li faintly glanced at him and said, stepping on the bones of countless people to climb up, or being stepped on by others to climb up, is it really that interesting? Mo Xiaoyao thought and then said with a smile, the process is definitely boring, but the majority of people can't see the process. They only need to imagine that they have climbed to the top. The pleasure of standing above tens of thousands of people is enough for them to forget everything. Yi Li raised an eyebrow and stared at him for a while before asking, Xiaoyao also thinks this way? Mo Xiaoyao stilled. He looked down at his hand on the armrest of the wheelchair. A long time later, he said in a deep voice, "It's not just that I don't want to be stepped on by others to climb up." The carriage was silent for a while before Yi Li's voice sounded. "I don't like stepping on other people, but I also don't like people stepping on me. Prince, we've arrived." "The Empress invites Wang Fei," a Jin said in a deep voice from outside the carriage. The carriage was gradually coming to a stop. Yi Li estimated inside that the carriage was not at any of the places she had been last time. Based on the general location, it should be near the Empress Feng de Palace. Emo Xiaoyao tilted his head and said, "I'm going to see the Emperor and can't go in with you. Can you go by yourself?" Yi Li nodded and prepared to leave the carriage. Emo Xiaoyao pulled her back and said in a low voice, "Be careful. If anything happens, immediately have Qing Wan come out and find a Jin. He's near Feng de Palace." Yi Li frowned and said, "But you?" A Jin was Emo Xiaoyao's personal guard and the person he trusted the most. If a Jin wasn't by his side, Emo Xiaoyao laughed and said, "You don't think that a Jin is the only person I can trust, right? Don't worry, go." "All right, see you later." Hearing him say this, Yi Li didn't insist and got off the carriage. There were already people from Feng de Palace waiting outside the carriage. Seeing Yi Li come down, they hurriedly came forward to greet. "This servant greets Princess Ding. This servant is here on the orders of the Empress to welcome Wang Fei." Yi Li nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." "I don't dare." "Princess, please follow this servant." When they entered Feng de Palace, there were already quite a few upper-class women present. Feng de Palace was decorated with a noble atmosphere, but it wasn't overly extravagant. The finer details had a special kind of elegance. Yi Li couldn't help but feel a little curious about this empress who wasn't famous among the common people. "Greetings to the Empress. Long live the Empress." Yi Li walked into the hall and respectfully bowed to the graceful woman in the hall. "Imperial concubine, please dispense with the formalities. Sit." The Empress's voice was elegant and peaceful, without any of the high and mighty aura of the Empress as imagined. "Many thanks, Empress." Yi Li got up and was led by a palace made to an empty seat at the front. Although Yi Li was considered the youngest of the upper-class women present, Yi Li's status wasn't high. But in terms of status, the imperial household was above all the princes, marquises, and dukes in the capital. The status of the imperial concubine was naturally above all the other women. Even though Yi Li came late, there was still a seat at the front left for her. Yi Li casually looked around and saw many familiar faces. The first madam of the Duke Hua Fu was with Hua Tianxiang. Beside Zhao Yang, eldest princess, and Zhao Ren, eldest princess, were Princess Shi Xia and Princess Ronghua, who she hadn't seen in a long time. There was also the beautiful Li Wang Fei Yiying. At this time, sitting in Feng de Palace, it was clear that they all had some kind of relationship with the imperial household or had titles. Ordinary titled madams weren't among them. After sitting down, Yi Li looked at the Empress sitting on the phoenix throne. The Empress was wearing a bright yellow phoenix robe, graceful and noble, showing that she was the only queen of the country. When Yi Li looked over, she happened to see the Empress looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help but be startled. The Empress wasn't particularly beautiful. She was also from the Duke Hua Fu, but Hua Tianxiang's appearance was better than the Empress's. But that kind of peaceful and graceful posture was something that Hua Tianxiang and all the other upper-class women present didn't have. "Empress, is this the imperial concubine?" A clear voice came from the opposite side, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Yi Li looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young girl in colorful clothes sitting on the right side of Zhao Yang, eldest princess. Obviously, her status was extraordinary. The Empress smiled and said, "Yes, this is the imperial concubine. Speaking of which, Princess Lingyun has been ill since she came to the Chu capital. She hasn't seen the imperial concubine yet. Princess Ding, this is Princess Lingyun of the Xiling Kingdom." Yi Li nodded and said, "Princess Lingyun greets you." With Yi Li's status, even if Lingyun was a princess, she couldn't be disrespectful. But this princess who had been smiling prettily just now acted as if she didn't hear Yi Li's words. She impudently looked at Yi Li before saying, "I heard Brother Wang say that you pulled out the cloud-embracing sword?" Yi Li nodded slightly and said with a faint smile, "I have indeed seen the cloud-embracing sword." Princess Lingyun wasn't satisfied with this answer. She stood up and raised her chin, saying, "This princess doesn't believe it. This princess wants to compete with you." "I don't know how to use a sword," Yi Li calmly said. "How is that possible? How did you pull out the cloud-embracing sword if you don't know how to use a sword?" Princess Lingyun stared at her and said aggressively. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "Princess, pulling out a sword and using a sword are two different things. Who said that people who don't know how to use a sword can't pull out a sword?" She really didn't understand why these princesses and young misses were so insistent on forcing others to compete with this and that. They didn't care if the other party knew what they wanted to compete with. This princess doesn't care. This princess wants to compete with you. Could it be that you don't dare to accept the challenge? Yi Li stood up. "Princess, you are asking this in front of the Empress and all the madams and young misses in the capital. How could I not dare?" Princess Lingyun said with satisfaction, "Since it's like this, where is your sword?" "In reality, I haven't touched any other sword besides the cloud-embracing sword. The sword that Jinnam of Gojoseon sent me that day was the first time I encountered such a weapon. So I don't have a sword and I don't know how to hold one." Biffed. Forcing someone who hasn't even touched a sword to compete with you. "Empress, can Tianxiang compete with the general in embroidery tomorrow and claim that my embroidery skills are the best in the world?" Hua Tianxiang leaned against Madame Hua and asked. Her voice wasn't loud, but it spread throughout the entire palace. Many people couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. The Empress glared at Hua Tianxiang, but there was a faint smile in her eyes. "You have the nerve to talk about your little embroidery." Hua Tianxiang covered her face and laughed. Empress, how can you say that? I just want to have a good reputation. The title of being the best in the world is so impressive." Yi Li looked at Hua Tianxiang gratefully. Hua Tianxiang winked at her and leaned against Madame Hua, covering her face shyly. The Empress held back her laughter and said to Princess Lingyun, Princess Ding isn't good at swordsmanship, so let's not compete." Princess Lingyun's face was already red from Hua Tianxiang's words. She gritted her teeth and said, "She clearly pulled out the cloud-embracing sword. How can she not know swordsmanship? She's clearly toying with this princess." Chapter 96. The cloud-embracing sword belongs to the Ding Palace. Princess Ding can pull it out however she likes. What does it have to do with you whether her swordsmanship is better or not? Princess Ronghua glanced at Princess Lingyun and sneered. Are all foreign princesses so strange? Do they all like to force others to compete with each other? You know that she can't do it, but you still won't give up. Why don't you just ask Princess Ding to admit defeat and admit that your swordsmanship is better than hers? You. Hearing Infanta Ronghua's words, not only Princess Lingyun, but also Princess Xixia, who was beside her, felt a little embarrassed. Many people present couldn't help but remember that Princess Xixia asked Princess Ding to compete with her in dancing during the flower festival. The Empress saw that it was going to be awkward, so she quickly said, "Well, let's forget about it. Ronghua, don't talk nonsense in front of the two princesses." Princess Ronghua snorted and sat next to Princess Xiaoran and stopped talking. Compared with Yi Li, she hated Zhaoyang Princess and Princess Xixia, who were as aggressive and deep as her. She also hated the new and arrogant Princess Lingyun. Noble Consort Lu is here. With a sharp announcement, Noble Consort Lu, dressed in a yellow dress, stepped into the hall with a cold look. "Greetings, Empress." Noble Consort Lu was still as indifferent and arrogant as last time. She just bowed slightly to the Empress. It seemed that this noble consort didn't intend to give face to the Empress Dowager or the Empress. The Empress seemed to be used to noble consort Lu's appearance. She nodded slightly and said, "No need. Why did noble consort Lu come to Fengde Palace today?" Many noble women present also showed a surprised expression. Noble consort Lu usually didn't attend the banquets in the palace. Even though many of them went to the palace almost once a month, they rarely saw noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu said coldly, "I have nothing to do. The emperor said that Empress's palace was lively, so I came to see." "Empress, don't you doubt it?" The Empress frowned slightly, but still said generously, "Since you are interested, then sit down quickly." She waved her hand to let the palace maids prepare a seat for noble consort Lu. Noble consort Lu walked to Yili and asked, "Can I sit here?" Yili smiled and said, "If you don't mind, please sit down." Seeing noble consort Lu sit down next to Yili, the empress didn't bother to prepare anything else for her. The empress had always kept a respectful distance from noble consort Lu, the emperor's favorite concubine. Fortunately, although noble consort Lu was very arrogant, and sometimes even capricious and unreasonable, she restrained herself a little in front of the empress. Today's coldness and unreasonableness was the limit. At least compared to the empress dowager, the empress felt that she was strangely balanced. Noble consort Lu sat next to Yili with a cold and serious face. The women who wanted to talk to Yili, the new Princess Ding, gave up for the time being. They didn't know that noble consort Lu never gave face to others. If they got close to her and annoyed her, they would only be embarrassed. With no one to talk to, Yili had to sit in her seat and listen to others. Fortunately, she was also a person who could sit still. "I heard what happened in the hall just now." Yili thought that noble consort Lu wouldn't talk to her. Hearing the faint voice next to her, she was slightly stunned. "You are so useless. Last time, you didn't know how to dance with the Princess of Nanjiao. This time, you don't know how to sword with the Princess of West Hill either. What do you know?" Noble consort Lu's voice was full of dissatisfaction and disdain. Fortunately, her voice was very low. Otherwise, the rumor that Princess Ding was scolded by noble consort Lu at the first palace banquet would be spread all over the capital. Listening to noble consort Lu's scolding, Yili didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If she remembered correctly, this noble consort Lu only admired Imo Xiaoyao and not his mother. What's with this tone full of disdain? Nyang Nyang, I have no interest in dancing. Also, the Ding Palace doesn't need a princess who can dance. As for swordsmanship, it doesn't seem to be something that the noble ladies in the capital need to learn. Noble consort Lu snorted and said, "You forgot to mention that your painting skills are ordinary. You even need people to write poems for you. I need to be careful. If you dare to lose face, I won't forgive you." "Nyang Nyang, are you really not Imo Xiaoyao's mother? What are noble consort Lu and Princess Ding talking about? Why are you talking so happily?" Eldest Princess Zhaoran suddenly asked. Noble consort Lu raised her head and stared at her for a while before saying, "Which eye of eldest Princess Zhaoran saw that I was happy?" Eldest Princess Zhaoran choked and couldn't say anything. Yili sighed in her heart. She was endlessly envious of noble consort Lu's straightforward personality. It was a pity that not everyone had the right to be so straightforward. If it wasn't for the emperor's protection, with noble consort Lu's personality, no matter how good her family background was, she wouldn't be able to live long in the palace. Seeing eldest Princess Zhaoran's speechless and angry expression, noble consort Lu seemed to be in a good mood. She stared at the person in front of her and proudly said, "Didn't eldest princess ask what I and Princess Ding were talking about? I said that since Princess Ding doesn't know swordsmanship, how about I compare notes with Princess Lingyun?" Noble consort. The empress frowned in disapproval. Noble consort Lu didn't care. She only coldly stared at Princess Lingyun and said, "Princess, what do you think?" Although Princess Lingyun hadn't been in the capital for long, it didn't stop her from knowing that noble consort Lu was the most favored noble consort of the Eastern Emperor Chu. No matter what, she definitely wouldn't make a move against noble consort Lu. Regardless of whether she won or lost, if she accidentally hurt noble consort Lu, the Eastern Emperor Chu would investigate and she would be the passive party. After all, they were still on Eastern Chu soil. Just now, Ling Yun was just joking with Princess Ding. Ling Yun is young and doesn't know any better. How could she dare to make a move against noble consort? All right, noble consort. Princess Ling Yun is just being childish. Moreover, she doesn't know that Princess Ding doesn't know swordsmanship. She isn't deliberately trying to humiliate our Chu state. The Empress lightly said. Her face had a rare, resolute expression that couldn't be disobeyed. As a noble consort Lu standing up for Princess Ding was both good and bad. Moreover, the matter of noble consort Lu admiring Prince Ding before entering the palace wasn't a secret among the nobles. What she needed to do was find a suitable excuse for noble consort Lu to stand up for him. She chatted with the Empress for a while. Because it was still early for the banquet, the empress invited the noblewomen to the imperial garden to enjoy themselves. Thus, everyone thanked the empress and left for the imperial garden. Before leaving, noble consort Lu was asked to stay by the empress. Once they left Fengde Palace, Hua Tianxiang immediately approached Yili and said with a smile, "Greetings to Princess Ding." Yili glanced at her and said, "Do you have too much time on your hands?" Hua Tianxiang waved her hand and said, "How can you say this? According to the rules, I should at least greet the imperial consort." "So, noble consort Lu didn't make things difficult for you just now, did she?" Yili didn't understand. Why would she make things difficult for me? Hua Tianxiang silently looked at her with a compassionate expression. "Li, I've long told you to go out more often, but you didn't listen. Don't tell me you don't know noble consort Lu." Hua Tianxiang finally realized that it wasn't a good thing to gossip about a noble consort in the palace. She moved closer to Yi Li and whispered in her ear. Before noble consort Lu entered the palace, she was very admiring of Prince Ding. Yi Li was speechless. Even Hua Tianxiang knew this. It seemed that it wasn't just admiring. She nodded. "I know. She didn't make things difficult for me." Chapter 97. Hua Tianxiang walked beside Yi Li and shrugged. "To be honest, I was shocked that she would stand up for you. Judging from her expression, it doesn't seem like she has other intentions towards you." Noble consort Lu's swordsmanship is very good. Yi Li decided not to tell Hua Tianxiang that she was despised by noble consort Lu. Hua Tianxiang sighed, her face full of envy and jealousy. Speaking of which, every year in the capital, there has been a selection of the most talented woman or the most beautiful woman. But noble consort Lu was definitely a real beauty and talent. It is said that the 100-flower feast that year was the most exciting year since the founding of the Dechu state. At that time, the two women who participated in the competition were Han Mingyue's top two beauties of the Chu capital. You can imagine the scene. Yi Li agreed. Even if she didn't see it, she could imagine the ferocity of the competition. In the end, noble consort Lu won? No, she lost. Hua Tianxiang said regretfully. At that time, noble consort Lu was only 13 years old, and Su Zuidi was already 16. Even if noble consort Lu is now a peerless beauty, she was only a beauty at 13 years old. So the top beauty of the Chu capital was Su Zuidi. The second beauty of noble consort Lu was painted by Han Mingyue when noble consort Lu was 15 years old. Of course, in terms of appearance, I have never seen a woman better than Su Zuidi in this world. Noble consort Lu lost without complaint. Yes, and then the two of them faced each other. That year's 100-flower feast basically had nothing to do with other people. Su Zuidi took first place in dance, painting, poetry, and zither. Noble consort Lu took first place in chess and calligraphy. Their opponent took second place. After Su Zuidi got engaged, she didn't participate in the 100-flower feast anymore. Noble consort Lu, on the other hand, took first place in dance, painting, poetry, zither, and so on. As long as there was a 100-flower feast, she took first place. Yi Li was completely convinced. No wonder noble consort Lu looked down on her. She was indeed very capable. Seeing that Yi Li didn't care, Hua Tianxiang said angrily, "Can't you work harder? Don't you have any sense of crisis?" Yi Li sighed. "You think too much." She and noble consort Lu were not on the same path, okay? If she really had to learn to be a peerless genius, she would rather play a month-long wilderness survival game. She had no problem drawing topographical maps or gun blueprints, but when it came to drawing, she was only good at drawing embroidery. She had already outperformed herself during the 100-flower festival. Forget it. Waving her hand, Hua Tianxiang glanced at Princess Lingyun, who was staring at the two of them, and asked, "How did you provoke Princess Lingyun this time?" Yi Li helplessly replied, "I'm sure this is the first time I've seen Princess Lingyun. I've only seen the Crown Prince of Jinnan in Xiling before." Hua Tianxiang was puzzled. Why didn't she look like she wanted to eat you? Cloud-grasping sword? This was the only thing she could think of that had anything to do with Princess Lingyun. Cloud-grasping sword? That belongs to the Ding Palace. What does it have to do with Princess Lingyun? Everyone knows that it was sent back from the Western Tomb. Princess Lingyun probably couldn't bear to part with it. Let's go somewhere else, Yili suggested as she stared at Princess Lingyun, who was walking towards them. Hua Tianxiang curled her lips. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Don't tell me you want to run around the Imperial Garden? Ding Palace's consort. While they were talking, Princess Lingyun had already arrived in front of them. The noble ladies who were not too far away also inadvertently glanced over. Princess, is there anything else? Princess Lingyun said, This princess wants to talk to the princess alone. Yili frowned and said, I don't know what I need to talk to the princess about. Princess Lingyun's beautiful face slightly sunk as she said, This princess has traveled 1,000 miles to come here. Could it be that Ding Wangfei isn't even willing to compensate this princess for a walk in the Imperial Garden? Yili helplessly nodded and said, Since it's like this, princess, please. Princess Lingyun gave a soft snort and raised her head as she walked forward. Yili gave a comforting look to the worried Hua Tianxiang and followed with a sigh. Young people nowadays really need to be taught a lesson. Princess Lingyun dismissed her maid, and Yili was naturally embarrassed to let Qing Wan and the others follow. The two walked side by side along the path of the Imperial Garden. Yili asked, Princess, is there anything you want to say to me? Princess Lingyun turned her head to look at her and snorted, You are not worthy of Prince Ding. Yili smiled, Princess, you flatter me. Marrying a daughter to a high position, doesn't this mean that I have joined a good family and found a good husband? Lingyun said disdainfully, You don't have to pretend like this. This princess has already investigated you. An unknown young lady of the minister's mansion, and a woman whose engagement was broken off by Li Wang. She was betrothed to Prince Ding by the emperor, so she has some reputation in the Chu capital. Even if you got the title of the most talented woman in the capital, so what? You are still not worthy of Prince Ding. Oh, is that so? Yili's expression did not change, and she asked lightly, Even if I am not worthy of Prince Ding, what does it have to do with you, princess? Princess Lingyun raised her eyebrows and said with a slightly proud smile, You will soon know what this princess and this princess have to do with each other. Prince Ding is this princess's, Yili. If you know what's good for you, then obediently scram. Yili frowned and stared seriously at Princess Lingyun in front of her for a long time, before asking, Princess, I have a question to ask. Speak. May I ask, does Xiaoyao know who you are? Yili asked, According to what I know, Xiaoyao has not left home for at least 7 years. Then the most conservative estimate is that even if you met each other, it would be when the princess was 7 or 8 years old. May I ask, do you think Xiaoyao remembers who you are? Or does he not know you at all? So what? I am the most honorable princess of Deling. Could it be that I cannot compare to you? Princess Lingyun glared at her angrily. Yili looked at her strangely. If the princess really wanted to marry Prince Ding, shouldn't she have appeared before our wedding to fight with me? Now that we are already married, why did the princess only appear? You have to know that the Prince Ding mansion has never had a case of marrying 2 consorts at the same time, or divorcing a wife and remarrying again. Or would the princess rather be a concubine? If not, even if I die, and the princess successfully marries into the Prince Ding mansion, she will only be a stepwife, and will still have to come to my coffin to kowtow and burn incense on the 1st and 15th of every month. You wish. This princess will definitely become Prince Ding's official consort. Princess Lingyun said angrily, You can think whatever you want. Yili looked at her pitifully, however. I feel that heir apparent Genom of Gojoseon's intentions seem to be different from yours, don't you think so? A trace of hatred flashed through Princess Lingyun's eyes. If Lei Tingfeng hadn't put her under house arrest in the embassy the moment they arrived in the Chu capital, and announced to the public that she was not in good health, and only released her after Prince Ding's wedding, why did she only come to find Yili now? Yili smiled as she looked at Princess Lingyun, whose expression kept changing and continued, Speaking of which, there aren't many who bring a young princess on a diplomatic mission to a neighboring country. Usually, it's for political marriage. I heard that Xi Ling suffered a snowstorm last winter. Could it be? There were many things that she just didn't want to think about, but it wasn't that she couldn't understand. She wasn't worried about this Princess Lingyun at all. No matter how capable she was, The emperor would definitely not let Imo Xiaoyao marry a Xiling princess to make things difficult for him. Not to mention the Xiling princess, even the princess of the northern tribes and the princess of the southern Zhao had nothing to do with Imo Xiaoyao. Only the little princess in front of her couldn't see the situation clearly and thought that she could get what she wanted if she directly came to her and asked her to back down. She really didn't want to look down on the intelligence of these princesses, but were there any normal princesses among the younger generation? Or were they really too young? Chapter 98. What exactly do you like about Prince Ding? Yili asked curiously as she looked at the determined Princess Lingyun in front of her. Princess Lingyun gave a soft snort and said, "What do you know? Prince Ding is the most outstanding man in the world, the youngest and most powerful general, as well as the most talented man in the world. This princess wants to marry the most outstanding man in the world. He doesn't seem to be as outstanding as you say." Yi Li reminded her, You're really unbearably unscrupulous. Talking to you makes this princess feel extremely disgusted. Prince Ding must be blind to fall in love with a woman like you. I know that it was the Eastern Chu Emperor who gave the order for him to marry you. How could a woman like you understand just how outstanding he is? Looking at the righteous woman in front of her, Yili reflected on whether or not she should be ashamed. Compared to this princess in front of her, Yang Qianru was so normal and Yiying was so cute. I will definitely become Princess Ding. Princess Lingyun stared at her and said resolutely, Work hard. I wish you success. Yi Li lightly said, I will definitely become Princess Ding. Princess Lingyun said through gritted teeth. Then she jumped into the man-made lake by the side of the road. Save me. The princess has fallen into the water. A sharp female voice rang out in the royal garden. Yi Li cursed and also jumped into the water. Bastard. There really are a lot of crazy people these days. Imo Xiaoyao, you better prepare to die. The moment she fell into the water, Yi Li couldn't help but want to curse. Even though she had persisted in training her skills and body these past few years, compared to her previous life where she had to go through wind and rain and roll in the mud, there was still a gap. Moreover, even if this body wasn't favored, it was still a pampered girl from a wealthy family. When she entered the water, she couldn't help but have a slight spasm. Fortunately, Yi Li was already mentally prepared. She quickly adjusted herself and headed towards Princess Lingyun. She successfully grabbed the struggling Princess Lingyun and dragged her towards the bottom of the water. With a single glance, she could tell that this Princess Lingyun didn't know how to swim. Yi Li couldn't help but sneer. Very good. Should she praise this princess for having the courage to sacrifice herself for love? Daring to jump into the water without knowing how to swim? Then let her experience what it feels like to drown. She believes that in the future she will know what it means to do. Originally, Princess Lingyun didn't panic. She knew that someone would come to save her. But soon, she realized that she was quickly sinking to the bottom of the water. She couldn't help but panic and struggle even more fiercely. Yi Li snorted in her heart. She clearly felt the movement in the water and knew that someone had entered the water. Yi Li quickly went behind Princess Lingyun and knocked her out. Then, she dragged her to the other side. When she estimated that Princess Lingyun was about to reach her limit, she pushed her back. It seemed that in an instant, everyone in the Imperial Garden had gathered by the lake. The Xiling Kingdom Guards and the Imperial Garden Guards who arrived first had already entered the water to save her. She's there. The people by the lake suddenly shouted. Everyone quickly looked over and saw a colorful brocade emerging from the water. Then, they saw that Princess Ding had also emerged. One of her hands was supporting Princess Lingyun. In everyone's eyes, it was clearly Princess Ding who had saved Princess Lingyun. Yi Li looked at the guards who had discovered their figures and quickly swam over. She smiled at Princess Lingyun, who was still unconscious. Princess, wake up. Princess, someone has come to save us. Originally, Yi Li didn't use too much strength to save Princess Lingyun, who was dragged out of the water, quickly opened her eyes. However, she realized that Yi Li was smiling mockingly at her. Ignoring their current situation, Princess Lingyun screamed, Let go of I. Then, she struggled with all her might. Princess, don't move. Be careful. I don't need you to care about me. Seeing that the guards were already in front of her, Princess Lingyun fearlessly pushed Yili away. Very good. Yili looked terrified as she followed the direction that Princess Lingyun had pushed her away and sank back into the water. When Princess Lingyun came out of the water, the palace maids waiting on the shore immediately put on dry clothes for her. Qing Yu and Qing Xia angrily glared at Princess Lingyun and said, "Princess, our princess was kind enough to save you. Why did you push her?" Princess Lingyun raised her head. As expected, she saw that many people were looking at her with condemning eyes. She couldn't help but be surprised. This was different from what she had originally planned. "I didn't push her." Hua Tianxiang coldly smiled and said, "A princess dares to do something but doesn't dare to admit it. Even if you want to lie, you should make up a lie that can fool people. Or does the princess think that everyone here is blind?" Princess Lingyun angrily said, "She pushed this princess down. This princess doesn't need her to save me." The Sunshine eldest princess said with a heavy expression, "Princess means that Princess Ding pushed you into the water and then jumped in herself to save you? In the end, you are safe and sound. She still hasn't come up? Princess better pray that Princess Ding is fine. Otherwise, even if you are the Xiling princess, my Chu state won't let this go." "Princess, we found the princess," Qing Yu anxiously called out from the shore. In the lake, Qing Shuang and Qing Wan each supported the clearly unconscious Yili to the surface. The people on the shore quickly helped pull her up and put on dry clothes for Yili. Qing Yu held her hand and took her pulse. Zhaoyang princess anxiously looked at Yili and said, "How is it? Why hasn't the imperial physician come yet?" Qing Yu raised her head and said, "Many thanks for the princess' concern." The princess drank a few mouthfuls of water and fainted. There shouldn't be anything serious. However, the princess needs a place to rest. Zhaoyang princess looked around and said decisively, "This place is the closest to Morning Glow Hall. Send Princess Ding there." Everyone crowded around the unconscious Yili and led by Zhaoyang princess to Morning Glow Hall. Princess Lingyun, who had also fallen into the water but was safe and sound, was naturally unintentionally ignored by everyone. Looking at the crowd hurriedly leaving, Princess Lingyun's face alternated between green and white. "Princess!" The palace maid of the Xiling kingdom following her carefully called out. "Get out!" Princess Lingyun said angrily. The atmosphere in Morning Glow Hall was heavy. In the inner hall, Imo Xiaoyao sat by the bed with a grave expression and looked at the unconscious woman on the bed. The imperial physician carefully went forward to take her pulse. The eldest princess sat at the side and asked with a frown, "How is Princess Ding?" The imperial physician thought for a moment and glanced at Imo Xiaoyao before replying, "Your Highness, Princess, the princess consort is fine. It's just, she was frightened. This subject will prescribe some calming medicine and medicine to expel the cold." The eldest princess said, "Since she's fine, why hasn't the princess woken up yet?" The imperial physician said, "The princess is a woman. She probably choked on water in a hurry and fainted. But it's not serious. She'll wake up after resting for a while." The eldest princess couldn't help but think of how Yili had carried Princess Lingyun to the surface of the water and had been suddenly pushed by Princess Lingyun. Her expression became even heavier. She nodded and said, "Go and boil the medicine." Chapter 99. Chun bids farewell. There was only Zhaoyang princess and Imo Xiaoyao left in the room. Zhaoyang princess stood and said, "Xiaoyao, take good care of Wang Fei. I will seek justice for Princess Lingyun for Princess Ding." Imo Xiaoyao nodded faintly, "Thank you for your trouble, but this matter should be settled after Princess Li wakes up." Zhaoyang princess sighed and nodded, "As you wish. Stay with your Wang Fei. I will leave first." Seeing the eldest princess leave, Imo Xiaoyao moved his wheelchair forward. He stared at the sleeping woman on the bed for a beat before asking slowly, "Princess Li, do you plan on sleeping through tonight's palace banquet?" Yili's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. "How did you know?" Imo Xiaoyao shook his head and said faintly, "Intuition? Even the grand physician was fooled. How could I know?" Thinking back to how the grand physician was puzzled and confused, and could only say in the end that she was unconscious due to shock, Imo Xiaoyao had a faint smile in his eyes. Princess Li, I never knew that you liked saving people from danger so much. Emo Xiaoyao looked at Yi Li and said faintly. Yi Li said helplessly, I didn't have a choice. If I didn't save her, it would have been me who pushed her into the water. Emo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Just now, outside, Princess Lingyun did insist that you pushed her into the water. Outside, she was really stubborn. She could still make a fuss after that? Yi Li exclaimed. Under the water, she had really made a fuss with Princess Lingyun. She didn't think that she would make a fuss when she didn't want to see the Grand Physician. Thinking about the main culprit of her misfortune, Yi Li's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She stared at Emo Xiaoyao's half-exposed handsome face and said, Speaking of Prince, today's matter is also because of you. Do you have anything to say? Emo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at her questioningly. Yi Li snorted and said, that Princess Lingyun is infatuated with Prince. She even vowed that she would become the Ding King's princess. Shi Ling's Princess Lingyun? Emo Xiaoyao frowned. Yi Li stared at him with a dangerous look in her eyes. Don't tell me you really have some kind of promise with this princess? Yi Li asked. How could he kidnap a 7- or 8-year-old girl? Such a bastard. She must beat him to death. Emo Xiaoyao shook his head and looked at Yi Li seriously. I can confirm that Princess Lingyun and I have never met before. If you haven't met before, why would she cry and make a fuss about marrying you? She even jumped into the lake herself. Could it be because of the Ding King's position? Yi Li didn't understand. She didn't suspect that Emo Xiaoyao would lie to her on this matter. In fact, the probability of Emo Xiaoyao and Princess Lingyun knowing each other wasn't high. Logically speaking, marrying into the Ding King's residence doesn't seem to be in the interest of a Shi Ling princess. If Shi Ling wants a marriage alliance, the best choice is to marry Princess Lingyun to the emperor. Emo Xiaoyao glanced at her and seemed to be surprised. How do you know that Shi Ling wants a marriage alliance? Otherwise, why would they bring a princess over from so far away? To visit? Emo Xiaoyao said, Shi Ling and our Dechu state have always been at odds. Even if these few years are considered peaceful, everyone knows that sooner or later, they will fight. Normally, Shi Ling wouldn't really let a princess come to Dechu state for a political marriage alliance. In this kind of situation, a political marriage alliance was equivalent to a hostage. Once the two countries fought, no matter if you were a princess or a commandery princess, you could only be a pitiful sacrifice. Yi Li frowned. What he said was true. In this kind of situation where both sides knew what was going on, even if the Emperor of Xiling had no place to put his daughters, there was no need to send them to his enemy. Emo Xiaoyao watched as she leaned against the headboard and frowned, deep in thought. His eyes warmed. Don't think too much. Whether they want a marriage alliance or not, we will know at the palace banquet tonight. When Yi Li and Emo Xiaoyao walked out, the people who were whispering in the hall immediately fell silent. Clearly, the incident in the Imperial Garden had alarmed many people. Not only the Empress, but even the Emperor had come. Other than the northern tribes, envoys from other countries also came. Seeing the two of them come out, Emo Xiaoyao's gaze first fell on Yi Li. After a moment, he asked, Prince Ding, how is Princess Ding? Emo Xiaoyao calmly said, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Princess Li is fine. The Empress nodded in relief. It's good that Princess Ding is fine. Princess Ding, please sit. The two of them thanked the Empress and Yi Li sat down. Opposite them, the Crown Prince of Xiling Jinim of Gojoseon, Lei Tengfeng, stood up and said in a clear voice, Princess Ding, Ling Yun was frightened just now and accidentally frightened the princess consort. Please forgive her. Before he finished speaking, Princess Ling Yun, who was beside him, stood up in pain and shouted, Royal brother. I already said that she pushed me down. Princess Xiaoyang frowned and looked at Princess Ling Yun. Princess, everyone here saw that Princess Ding wanted to save you. Instead, you pushed the exhausted Princess Ding into the water, causing her to faint. Princess Ling Yun was so angry that her face turned red. I have a witness. Princess Xiaoyang frowned and said faintly, I know. Princess just said that your maid saw Princess Ding push you into the water with her own eyes. But, to save your performance in front of Ding Wangfei and Feng de Palace and the situation in the water, it would be hard for people to believe your maid's words. Princess Ling Yun shrieked, You are saying that this princess is lying. Princess Xiaoyang looked at her calmly. Even though she did not answer, her expression was enough to say, "Ling Yun, don't make trouble." Lei Tengfeng scolded in a deep voice. Princess Ling Yun was so angry that she started crying. She said hatefully, "Fine. If you don't believe this princess, then this princess will use my death to prove it." Finishing, she pulled out a golden hairpin from her head and was about to stab it into her heart. "Princess, you can't." Ling Yun. Lei Tengfeng quickly grabbed Princess Ling Yun's arm and snatched the hairpin away. He looked at this willful cousin of his with a headache. At the same time, he looked at Yili with some suspicion. Even though this cousin of his loved to make trouble, she had never had such an intense reaction before. Could it be that he had really wronged her? "Princess Ding, can you tell me what happened at that time?" Lei Tengfeng stared into Yi Li's eyes and asked. Yi Li calmly looked at him and softly said, "I also don't know what happened. Princess Ling Yun was talking to me when she suddenly fell into the lake. Then I fell down as well." Lei Tengfeng's brows furrowed even tighter. He looked at Yi Li with some vigilance and said, "You also fell in? Then do you know how you fell in?" Yi Li shook her head. "Princess Ling Yun suddenly fell down. I was shocked, and before I could react, I had already fallen into the lake." "Princess Ding seems to know how to swim," Lei Tengfeng said. Yi Li smiled and said, "Not really. It's just that I drowned when I was young, so I learned a bit. It's just that I don't have any experience, so." Chapter 100. Yi Li didn't seem to have said anything, but in the ears of everyone present, she had said everything. They even smoothly outlined the entire situation in their minds. Everyone had seen with their own eyes that it was Princess Ling Yun who had forcefully pulled Princess Ding to talk to her. The two must have been talking about something unpleasant, and Princess Ling Yun had accidentally fallen into the lake in her excitement, bringing Princess Ding down with her. If that was all, it would be fine to treat it as an accident. However, Princess Ding had clearly saved Princess Ling Yun. Who would have thought that Princess Ling Yun would repay kindness with enmity and push Princess Ding into the water, causing Princess Ding to faint? Furthermore, while the victim was unconscious, she claimed that the other party had pushed her into the water. Instantly, everyone in the hall looked at Princess Ling Yun and the envoy of West Hill differently. The nobles of Dechu State already didn't have a good impression of the people of West Hill. Now, they were even more displeased. What kind of conduct did the people of West Hill have? Actually, Princess Ling Yun doesn't have to seek death like this. After all, this is the palace of Dechu State. If something happens to the princess of West Hill, wouldn't it hurt the friendship between West Hill and Dechu State? Although I am a woman, I definitely won't do something that will harm the peace between the two countries. Yi Li looked at Princess Ling Yun and said calmly, "But I am a little confused. Princess Ling Yun and I came from the Imperial Garden. We both left our maids behind. Logically speaking, in that position, no matter if the princess fell or I pushed her down, your maids wouldn't be able to see it unless they were standing by the lake. How did they see me push the princess down with their own eyes? Your Majesty, could you please summon my maid and Princess Ling Yun's maids in?" The emperor glanced at Imo Jingqi. Seeing that he didn't object, he nodded and said, "We'll do as you say." Qing Luan and the others soon came in, along with the maids that Princess Ling Yun brought from the West Hill. In the end, it was Xiaoyang Princess who asked, "Were you with the princess and the princess at that time?" Qing Yu took a step forward and said, reporting to the princess at that time, Princess Ling Yun said that she wanted to speak with our princess consort alone and took the initiative to dismiss her own palace maids. Thus, Princess Consort ordered us servants not to follow. The Sunshine eldest princess raised her eyebrows and continued to ask, "Then, did you see what happened by the lake?" Qing Yu shook her head and said, "There is a rockery between the lakeside and the Imperial Garden. We were a little further away and were blocked by the rockery, so we didn't see what happened." Princess Ling Yun's maid stepped forward and said, "We saw it. It was Princess Ding who pushed our princess down." Xiaoyang Princess said, "I also know about the rockery by the lake. I used to play in it when I was young. If you were standing behind the rockery, you definitely wouldn't have seen what happened by the lake." "We weren't behind the rockery," the maid blurted out. Xiaoyang Princess raised her eyebrows and looked at Princess Ling Yun with a faint smile, asking, "Oh, Then where were you at that time? We, we were by the peach forest by the lake. The maid seemed to feel that she had said something wrong. She glanced at the West Hill in a panic and reluctantly answered. Zhaoyang Princess nodded. If you were there, you could have seen it. But I want to know, why did you, who should have been waiting behind, walk around almost half of the imperial garden and appear by the peach forest? I remember that there is a small river between the peach forest and the rockery by the lake. The bridge seems to be a bit far. This, in front of so many people and the emperor and empress of Dechu State, the maid didn't dare to not answer the eldest princess. She could only say, yes, princess wants us to go there. Go there. Zhaoyang Princess smiled and said, go there for what? If it was in March, it would make sense to pick a few peach blossoms. But it's almost June now. Normal people wouldn't go there. Oui. The maid wanted to ask Princess Lingyun for help in a panic. However, at this time, Princess Lingyun couldn't think of any reason to justify herself. She could only argue, no matter how Ai's maid got there, at least it proves that they saw Ai being pushed into the lake. The eldest princess was born in the palace and wasn't easy to fool. Her phoenix eyes stared at the maid and said, since you said that Princess Ding pushed Princess Lingyun, then how did Princess Ding push her? At the time, was Princess Lingyun facing Princess Ding from the front, back, or side? Did Princess Ding use her left hand or right hand to push her? Did Princess Lingyun call out when Princess Ding pushed her into the water? If she did, what did she call out? The maid's face froze. After a while, she said, we remember. The princess back was facing Princess Ding. Princess Ding. Princess Ding used her left and right hand to push the princess. After the princess was pushed in, she was still screaming for help. On the side, Lei Tingfeng's face sunk. He cursed in his heart for being an idiot. The son's eldest princess expression changed, and she said in a stern voice, impudent. You dare to lie in front of the emperor and empress. The guards that were patrolling the lake said that they didn't hear any cries for help. They only rushed over because they heard your cries. When they saw the ripples on the water, they knew someone had fallen into the water. Why did you hear Princess Lingyun's cries for help? Or is it because your martial arts are better than the guards in the palace? I. The maid forced herself to make up a long string of answers. She was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Being scolded by the eldest princess, her body turned soft and she immediately fell to the ground. Princess, have mercy, have mercy. This servant is... Shut up. Lei Tingfeng suddenly said, you clearly didn't hear Ling Yun's cries for help. If the eldest princess asks, just answer honestly. Don't add oil to the fire and say things that aren't true. The maid was stunned. She quickly nodded and said, yes. This servant knows her mistake. This servant didn't hear the princess cries for help. Lei Tingfeng turned around and smiled at Yili as he cupped his fists and said, Wang Fei, please forgive her. This girl has been with Ling Yun since she was young and hasn't seen much. She was nervous and must have misjudged Wang Fei. Ling Yun has always trusted this girl. Today, she was frightened and misled by her. Wang Fei, please forgive her. Yili looked at Ling Yun's expression that refused to admit her mistake. She smiled coldly. Shizi's words are too serious. It's not a big deal. It's just, this is the first time this consort attends a palace banquet, and this kind of mistake has really shamed the Ding Palace. Maybe. Princess Lingyun's words are reasonable. Princess, don't you think so? Princess Lingyun snorted and turned her head away from Yili. Princess Ronghua, who was sitting beside Princess Xiaoyang, suddenly raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking, what did Princess Lingyun say to make Princess Ding agree? Yili faintly sighed and said, this consort is so rude that she has lost the face of the Ding Palace and the prince. Maybe tomorrow Prince will give this consort a letter of divorce. This Princess Ding will probably be replaced. The Empress softly scolded, nonsense, this is just an accident. How can Prince Ding be so unreasonable? Chapter 101. Imo Xiaoyao, who had been sitting idly and watching the show, nodded with a solemn expression. What the Empress said is right. He tilted his head and smiled at Yili. Rest assured, Princess Li, no matter what happens, you will always be my Ding royal household's legitimate Di Fei. Whoever dares to question Princess Li is questioning my Ding royal household. Zhaoyang Princess also smiled. Xiaoyao's words are right. Whoever dares to question Princess Ding is going against Princess Ding. You just need to be at ease. Everyone knows that you have been wrong today. Prince Wang Fei, imperial sister, is insensible and has misunderstood Wang Fei. This humble one will apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her, Wang Fei. Yili lowered her eyes and did not speak. She had a respectful expression as if she was waiting for the prince to make the decision. Imo Xiaoyao faintly said, things like apologizing should be done by the person involved to show more sincerity. Don't you think so? Lei Tengfeng was stunned. Imo Xiaoyao wanting Ling Yun to apologize personally was completely slapping Ling Yun's face. He was not willing to leave her any face. Looking thoughtfully at Yili, Lei Tengfeng said, Ling Yun is still young. As her elder brother, I have not taught her well. I should apologize personally. Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and the corners of his lips slightly lifted. Perhaps heir should teach the princess what it means to be responsible for one's own actions, and how to be responsible for one's own actions. Today's matter, can I see it as Shi Ling's provocation towards my Ding royal household? Princess Ling Yun was reprimanded by the person she had admired for a long time. Her eyes had long turned red from being wronged. Lei Tengfeng's heart jumped. If he knew that Imo Xiaoyao's attitude would be so unyielding, he would have directly dragged Princess Ling Yun to apologize from the start. Losing face was better than losing his life. Ling Yun would definitely stay in East Chu. If she offended Imo Xiaoyao, he could still protect her while she was in East Chu. If he left, she wouldn't even know how she died. Today's matter, Lei Tengfeng believed that it was Ling Yun who wanted to target Ding Wang Fei. But if it was said that this Ding Wang Fei was innocent, Lei Tengfeng would never believe it. What was worse was that Imo Xiaoyao directly raised the issue of Xiling Kingdom's attitude towards King Ding's residence. Although Imo Xiaoyao was currently crippled, the Ding King's residence's power and the Black Cloud cavalry that could cause the entire world to tremble were still around. It would be fine if Imo Xiaoyao was a bit weaker, but Imo Xiaoyao's unyielding attitude made him even more fearful. Xiling Nation did not need war at the moment. Ling Yun apologized to Princess Ding. Almost immediately, Lei Tengfeng made a prompt decision to Princess Ling Yun. What? You want me to apologize to her? Princess Ling Yun screamed. Everyone present could not help but frown. Even Princess Ronghua disdainfully curled her lips. Even if she was known as the most arrogant princess in the capital, she would absolutely disdain to be so rude in this kind of situation. The upbringing of Xiling Kingdom's princess really made people have a whole new level of respect for her. Princess Ling Yun bitterly glared at Yili and said, Why should this princess apologize to her? I am the most honorable princess of Xiling. Can she accept this princess apology? Yili frowned. Princess is not willing to apologize because you look down on this consort? What do you have that makes this princess look down on you? Princess Ling Yun arrogantly raised her chin and squinted at Yili. These days, she had already inquired about Yili. She was the daughter of the minister's mansion who had been neglected for many years. She was also the famous daughter of the third generation in the capital. She had no talent, no virtue, and no appearance. Even Prince Li could not bear her reputation and abandoned her. She was just lucky that the emperor appointed her to Prince Ding. As for the matter of being the champion of the 100-Flower Festival, in Princess Ling Yun's eyes, it was not worth the slightest attention. Yili was just lucky. Yili's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. She kept comforting herself in her heart. She is still young. I don't need to lower myself to her level. Damn it, she is still young. This girl needs to be taught a lesson. If she was still in the army, she would have already been peeled off a layer of skin. Then, is Princess looking down on Bin Fei or looking down on the status of Ding Wang Fei? Yili asked. You are not worthy of Princess Ding's status at all. Princess Ling Yun shouted. Yili pursed her lips and looked at Princess Ling Yun with a smile. Everyone present couldn't help but praise her good temper and self-restraint in their hearts. Then, who does Princess think is worthy of the status of Princess Ding? If you have the nerve to say that you are this lady, then this princess will submit to you. Princess Ling Yun choked and quickly looked at Imo Xiaoyao. It was a pity that the falling flowers intended to fall, but the flowing water did not. Imo Xiaoyao only had a faint smile as he looked at the Wang Fei beside him. He did not detect Princess Ling Yun's resentful gaze at all. Even if Princess Ling Yun could announce her intentions for Princess Ding's position in front of Yili, she did not have the face to say that only she was worthy of Prince Ding in front of so many people. It was Yili who clicked her tongue in wonder at her resentful expression. This girl had never seen Imo Xiaoyao before, but the first time she saw him, she could show such deep affection. If it was 8 years ago, Imo Xiaoyao could say that it was love at first sight. But the current Imo Xiaoyao lacked the conditions to make people fall in love at first sight. Could hero worship really make a young girl this infatuated? Even if it was like this, shouldn't she worship the heroes of her own country? Or was this princess a person without borders? If it was in the past, it wouldn't matter if princess looked down on me. But now, this Fei cannot let the Ding Palace's ancestors be shamed because of this Fei. Yili stared at Princess Ling Yun as she spoke. Princess Ling Yun arrogantly said, "This princess will definitely apologize to a person who is not as good as this princess." Yili raised an eyebrow. Previously, the princess invited this Fei to a duel, but this Fei declined. Why don't we duel again? If this Fei loses today's matter, it will be this Fei pushing down the official and will be dealt with by the princess. If the princess loses, impossible, Princess Ling Yun said. This princess will definitely not lose to you. Yili ignored her and continued. I want the princess to kneel and apologize in front of all the officials and women at the palace banquet. You. All right, this princess agrees. Before Lei Tengfing could stop her, Ling Yun had already raised her voice. If you lose, this princess wants you to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times from the palace entrance to the most bustling place in the capital, and then admit to everyone that you are not worthy to be Princess Ding. Yili indifferently nodded her head. It's a promise. Wait. Zhaoyang Princess stood up and said, I remember that Princess Ding does not know how to use the sword. Yili smiled and said, Princess is right. So we will not duel with the sword. We will duel with the arrow. I believe that Princess Ling Yun will also know how to do it, right? Huh. You want to duel with this princess in archery? Princess Ling Yun acted as if she heard a joke as she looked at Yili with disdain and laughed out loud. This princess learned archery at the age of 7 and could shoot without missing at the age of 10. Can you even draw the bow? Yili lowered her brows and smiled faintly. Does the princess mean that we will not compete? This princess is afraid that you will lose too badly. Since you overestimate yourself, this princess will fulfill your wish. Tell me, how do you want to compete? Yili smiled in satisfaction and stood up to say to Imo Jingqi and the Empress, Then I will have to trouble the Emperor and the Empress to be witnesses. Imo Jingqi looked at her and asked, Princess Ding, have you made up your mind? You must consider it carefully. Yili smiled. Please, Your Majesty, grant my wish. The dignity of the Ding Palace cannot be trampled on. Chapter 102. Imo Jingqi's expression changed. He stared at Yili for a long time before he said in a low voice, Okay, I approve. Yili respectfully bowed. Yili thanks Your Majesty for granting my wish. Then she turned to Princess Ling Yun and smiled. Princess, please. Princess Ling Yun turned and walked out of the hall. Yili's smile was calm and gentle. She walked forward slowly. Lei Tingfeng, who was following behind, looked at the woman's straight and firm back. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. An open space in the imperial garden was crowded with people. Even in the distance, there were many idle palace maids and eunuchs peeking at the rare, lively scene in the palace. Imo Jingqi and the Empress brought the palace concubines, as well as the officials and noble ladies who came to the palace banquet to be witnesses for Princess Ding and Princess Ling Yun. The imperial garden was unprecedentedly noisy. There were too many people. Except for the Emperor, the Empress, the concubines, and a few prominent members of the royal family, the others could only stand and watch. But obviously, no one cared about this small matter. Everyone was excitedly staring at the 2 people in the open space. Princess Ding didn't ask for a target. How would she compete? Noble consort Lu sat beside the Emperor with a cold face. Her cold eyes swept over Yili with a hint of inquiry. Imo Jingqi lowered his head to look at his beloved consort's expression. He chuckled softly. What are you looking at? It seems that you like Princess Ding very much. Noble consort Lu frowned and said coldly, Your Majesty must be joking. I was just a little curious. Imo Jingqi smiled meaningfully. There are not many people who can make you curious. But in my opinion, Princess Ding has no chance of winning. Noble consort Lu raised her eyebrows. She still looked as cold as ice. Imo Jingqi's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness and darkness. He continued, Princess Lingyun is the beloved daughter of the Emperor Xiling. Since young, she has been practicing both civil and martial arts. In the West Hill, her archery is more famous than her swordsmanship. What's in it for His Majesty if she loses? Noble consort Lu said lightly. Imo Jingqi smiled but did not speak. He turned his gaze to Imo Xiaoyao, who was sitting quietly not far away. His eyes darkened. Prince. Beside Imo Xiaoyao, Qing Shuang looked anxiously at Yi Li, who was preparing for the match. After following her mistress for so many years, how could Frost not know that her mistress had never learned archery? At most, she could only play with the third master when she went to the Su family. How could it compare to the archery that Princess Lingyun had been practicing since she was a child? Imo Xiaoyao said indifferently, Don't be impatient. Lei Tingfeng frowned as he looked at Imo Xiaoyao's calm expression. Could it be that Princess Ding really had some sort of trump card? But no matter if she won or lost, there was no benefit to the West Hill. Lei Tingfeng could not help but curse in his heart. Was his imperial uncle muddle-headed? Why did he choose Lingyun to come to Dongchu? Even the Emperor of Shiling's least favored princess was 100 times more sensible than this girl. Prince Ding, this is all because of Lingyun's ignorance. I heard that Princess Ding is the most talented woman in the capital, but she's not good at martial arts. Isn't this competition a little unfair to the princess consort? Imo Xiaoyao smiled lightly. Since it's Li's choice, it doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. Isn't it? But what if the princess... Was Imo Xiaoyao certain that Princess Ding would win, or did he not care about losing face for the Ding Kingdom? If Li loses, I will kneel with her to Princess Lingyun. Imo Xiaoyao calmly replied. Lei Tingfeng's heart shook when he heard this. He almost could not hide the loss of self-control on his face. He turned his gaze to the beautiful woman in the field who was wearing the same moon-white brocade robe as Prince Ding. His hand unconsciously tightened around the wine cup as his gaze deepened and his handsome brows furrowed. In the field, Yi Li and Princess Lingyun were both inspecting the bows in their hands. Princess Lingyun's movements were nimble as she inspected her bow. It was clear that she was an archer from the capital. On the other hand, Yi Li was leisurely inspecting the bow in her hands. She was testing here and there. The surrounding people could not help but feel anxious for her. Princess Ding's slender figure and her slow and jerky movements made people wonder if Princess Ding could even draw the bow. Don't mention shooting an arrow, it was another matter if Princess Ding could even draw the bow. Say it, how do you want to compete? Princess Lingyun was already prepared. She raised her chin and looked at Yi Li arrogantly. Yi Li quickly put down her bow and looked up at Princess Lingyun with a smile. 1 arrow for each person. 1 arrow to determine the winner. Whatever. Princess Lingyun held her bow and said, Say it. Where should I shoot? Do you want to shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, or a bird in the sky? Hearing Princess Lingyun's words, everyone was even more shocked. They had a deeper understanding of the princess's archery skills. To be able to say that she could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away so confidently, this princess was indeed an expert. Hua Tianxiang stood behind Madame Hua and tightly clutched her sleeves. She was worried for Yi Li. Yi Li slowly drew her bow and said indifferently, Bows and arrows are weapons. They are not used to shoot leaves and birds. So, let's compete in shooting. After she finished speaking, she raised her bow and pointed an arrow at Princess Lingyun. What? Everyone was shocked. They watched as the girl used a standard but not practiced posture to point her bow and arrow at Princess Lingyun. Are you crazy? Are you kidding me? Princess Lingyun cried out involuntarily. They were standing less than 50 paces away from each other. Lingyun was an expert archer. She could naturally see that Yi Li's posture was unfamiliar, but she had definitely learned it before. At this distance, Whether it was her or Yili, the chances of them missing were not high. So, Yili didn't want to compete in archery. Instead, she wanted to compete in courage. Yili said with a faint smile, "Whether it is a sword or an arrow, they are all weapons. Soldiers are lethal weapons. Since this is a competition, we naturally can't harm others. So, we can only trouble Princess Lingyun and this consort to shoot an arrow at each other. Death, injury, own, responsibility." No, she didn't want to marry the emperor and become one of the concubines in the imperial harem. She wanted to marry Prince Ding and become Princess Ding. However, she didn't want to die. Nor did she want to experience the feeling of being shot by an arrow. Princess Ding, isn't this a bit too serious? If something happens... Lei Tingfeng stood up to stop her. Yili turned her head to look at him and said with a smile, "Didn't this consort say that she would be responsible for her own injuries? Moreover, the emperor has already agreed to this consort's competition with Princess Lingyun. Could it be that the heir wants this consort to go back on her words in front of the emperor, empress, and all the officials of the Chu state? How will my Ding King's manor have the face to stand in the capital?" Lei Tengfeng felt bitter in his heart. "You didn't say that you wanted to bet your life first." Of course, if Princess Lingyun is afraid, she can admit defeat at any time. In the end, Yili lightly added in a sentence. This sentence had undoubtedly blocked all of Princess Lingyun's paths of retreat. How could she admit defeat to Yili in front of all these people? She took advantage of her unwillingness to admit defeat to blurt out, "This princess will not admit defeat. This princess will bet." "Very good, let's begin." Yili nodded with a satisfied smile. She didn't know why, but Princess Lingyun didn't dare look into her eyes and looked away in a panic. Chapter 103. Imo Jingqi was also caught off guard by this sudden change. Noble consort Lu looked at Yili's figure, her eyes revealing a trace of admiration. "I think Princess Ding has a good chance of winning." The Empress also knew that although noble consort Lu was born in a family of civil officials, she was a rare woman who was both civil and military. She asked curiously, "Noble consort, do you think Princess Ding will win?" Noble consort Lu said, "This Princess Lingyun is not as bold as she appears. In that case, let's do as Princess Ding says." Imo Jingqi stood up. "One arrow to determine the winner. If you miss or dodge, you lose. Let's begin." The imperial garden suddenly fell into silence. The eunuch who acted as the host stood in the middle of the two and screamed, "Princess consort, please get ready." Then he quickly walked out of the field. 1. The two drew their bows at the same time. What was surprising was that the elegant and graceful Princess Ding did not seem to have much difficulty pulling the bow. 2. Princess Lingyun pulled the bow to the extreme, aiming the arrow at the woman opposite her. She had absolute confidence that as long as she shot this arrow, this Princess Ding who overestimated herself would definitely die. As long as she shot this arrow. Suddenly, Princess Lingyun's hand that held the arrow trembled slightly. She clearly saw the eyes of the woman opposite her. The eyes as cold as snow made her heart fall into an ice cellar in an instant. In Princess Lingyun's eyes, Yili seemed to have changed into another person. Her whole body was filled with an unstoppable murderous aura and confidence that she would definitely succeed in one shot. She only looked at her calmly, as if she did not care about the arrow aimed at her at all. It was as if she was certain that the arrow would not hit her at all. The more she thought about it, the more Princess Lingyun's eyes involuntarily looked at the tip of Yi Li's arrow. With some despair, she found that if she did not dodge, even if Yi Li was a novice, that arrow would definitely hit her. Princess Lingyun's forehead was already sweating profusely. Yi Li calmly enjoyed the feeling of the bow and arrow in her hands. Although it still wasn't as smooth as the sniper rifle she had been using for so many years, this was her first time in this world having a shooting duel. Even if it was just teasing a little girl, she still couldn't help but feel a little happier and happier. Looking in the direction of the arrow, he could clearly see the unconcealable fear in Princess Lingyun's eyes. His lips curled into a faint smile. Almost everyone held their breaths as they waited for the final moment to arrive. Lei Tengfeng stared intently at Princess Lingyun. Because of the direction, he couldn't see Yi Li's face, but from her posture, He could tell that Yi Li wasn't familiar with this kind of bow. With Ling Yun's ability, she should have a 90% chance of winning. Why was she so nervous? Imo Xiaoyao calmly sat in his wheelchair. His hands rested on the armrests, but if someone looked closely, they would discover that there was something hidden under his right hand. His gaze also fell on Princess Ling Yun, but it wasn't on Princess Ling Yun's face. It was on the tip of her arrow. I won't lose. Princess Ling Yun tried her best not to look at Yi Li's arrow. She secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and kept encouraging herself in her heart. But her eyes kept unconsciously drifting to Yi Li's arrow. 3. A sharp sound rang in her ears. Ling Yun could clearly see Yi Li's smile deepen. Her hand pulled back on the bow, preparing to release the arrow. She had already pulled the bowstring to the maximum and released it out of reflex. Whoosh! The arrow brushed past Yi Li's shoulder and landed not far behind her. How could this be? Princess Ling Yun was stunned. What was even more shocking was that Yi Li hadn't released the arrow, and she had already lost her chance. She stared blankly at Yi Li's smiling face. She could clearly see that she was silently smiling at her. It's my turn. She could clearly see that there was no smile in that smiling face. There was only coldness and killing intent that was colder than the tip of the arrow. She saw Yi Li slowly pull the bowstring to the limit and release the arrow. Whoosh! No! Ling Yun suddenly screamed. She didn't even care about her image as she hugged her head and squatted on the ground. The arrow stabbed into the ground one step away from her. Princess Ling Yun stared blankly at the faintly swaying arrow in front of her. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Everyone exchanged glances. Yi Li leisurely put down the bow in her hands. She smiled at Princess Ling Yun and said, Princess, actually, my hand is very sore. You don't have to worry that I'll shoot you. You. Princess Ling Yun cried so hard that her snot couldn't form a sound. She pointed at Yi Li but couldn't speak for a long time. Yi Li smiled at her. She only felt that all the depression she had suffered today was released in an instant. Sure enough, teaching a disobedient brat was the best way to put him in a good mood. Good. Imo Jingqi clapped his hands and smiled. This competition will definitely be won by the princess consort. What does the heir think? Lei Tingfeng's expression was complicated as he looked at the smiling woman not far away. He stood up and said, the princess consort is indeed a woman who doesn't lose to men. This one is sincerely convinced. Naturally, the princess consort wins. Ling Yun, kneel down and apologize to the princess consort. Lei Tingfeng made a prompt decision and said to Princess Ling Yun. Yi Li's request was to apologize in front of all the officials at the palace banquet. However, Lei Tingfeng directly cut off the second half of her sentence and had Ling Yun immediately apologize. This would make people feel that the Shi Ling princess dared to admit what she had done. Moreover, Ling Yun was crying so miserably right now, it would make people sympathize with her. When it came to the palace banquet at night, everyone would tactfully not mention this matter again. However, if it was dragged to the palace banquet, the news of Ling Yun losing to the princess consort would have spread throughout the palace. After everyone gossiped for a while, their evaluation of Ling Yun would be even lower. Even if Ling Yun kneeled down and apologized, no one would have a good impression of her. More importantly, it would affect his actions later. Kneel. Princess Ling Yun's face turned white. She never would have thought that she would lose to a weak Eastern Chu girl in the field she was most proud of. Thinking of the promise she had made in the heat of the moment, it was too late to regret it now. She looked at Lei Tingfeng for help, but all she received was Lei Tingfeng's warning gaze. Looking at the surrounding people, the Eastern Chu emperor, empress, concubines, ministers, and noblewomen, as well as the Nanzhao envoy and princess. Princess Ling Yun knew that if she really kneeled down, her reputation would be completely ruined. There's no need to kneel. Princess only needs to apologize to this consort. Yi Li suddenly spoke. Princess Ling Yun was stunned. She finally understood that there was no benefit in continuing to cause trouble. She was weak in Eastern Chu, and her royal brother was not willing to help her. She could not beat this Princess Ding at all. Gritting her teeth, Princess Ling Yun slightly bowed and said, it was Ling Yun who was insensible and offended Princess Ding. Princess Ding, please forgive this offense. Yi Li nodded with a faint smile and said, Princess is a guest, There is no need to take it to heart. After saying this, she turned around and ignored Princess Lingyun, walking towards Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes, and the thing under his right hand disappeared. He then raised his head to look at Yi Li in front of him. Although Yi Li's expression was as gentle and indifferent as usual, Imo Xiaoyao was certain that he saw a different light in her eyes. Chapter 104. Lei Tingfeng cupped his hands towards Yi Li, silently expressing his thanks. Yi Li nodded slightly, sitting down beside Imo Xiaoyao. She tried her best to ignore the gazes from all around her. Princess Lingyun returned to Lei Tingfeng's side in a daze, no longer in the mood to find trouble with Yi Li. Feeling Imo Xiaoyao's gaze on her, Yi Li raised her head, asking in confusion, "What's wrong?" Imo Xiaoyao calmly said, "It was very dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the fact that Princess Lingyun's mind was unstable, if it was any other ordinary archer, that arrow would have directly hit Yi Li's body. At best, it would have resulted in both sides suffering heavy injuries." Yi Li shook her head, shrugging her shoulders and smiling. "There won't be any danger. If not for Princess Lingyun, I wouldn't have competed with her in archery." The reason why she chose archery was because she knew that Princess Lingyun's mind was not enough to compete with a sniper, even if it was only for a short moment. Even though she was born in the palace, the arrogant and willful little princess was protected. There was no way she could maintain a calm standard in front of her. Of course, if Princess Lingyun's hand really did not tremble and directly shot the arrow at her, she had other ways to deal with it. Besides, Prince won't let anything happen to me, right? Seeing Imo Xiaoyao's disapproving gaze, Yi Li smiled faintly. Imo Xiaoyao was startled, nodding lightly. "You're right. If Princess Lingyun's arrow had not missed, he would not have let that arrow land on Li's body." "Princess Ding, have you learned archery before?" Imo Jingqi asked in a clear voice from the main seat. Yi Li stood up, replying respectfully, "Reporting to your majesty, I haven't. It's just that when I went to uncle's house, brother taught me for fun. I've never studied it seriously." Imo Jingqi smiled meaningfully. Yi Li was able to win against Princess Lingyun, who had studied for many years, even though she had never studied seriously. Her talent and intelligence were both very good. Imo Jingqi held noble consort Lu in his arms and said with a smile, "It seems that Princess Ding and my beloved consort are both extraordinary women skilled in both pen and sword." Noble consort Lu replied lightly, "You're right, your majesty." After sending off the emperor, empress, and Gue Fei, Yi Li was too lazy to pay attention to the people who came up to compliment or test her. Together with Imo Xiaoyao, she found a quiet place to rest in the imperial garden. Most people were tactful enough to not disturb the couple, but there were always one or two exceptions. After rejecting the palace maid sent by Yi Jiaoyi to invite her to the small gathering, Yi Li looked at Imo Xiaoyao, who had been staring at her. She smiled and said, "Prince, what's wrong?" Imo Xiaoyao held the teacup in one hand, casually playing with it. He said, "Li is very talented in martial arts. It seems that her foundation is also good." Yi Li did not mind that her skills were known by Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao was a very cautious and seemingly gentle person, but he was very guarded. It was almost impossible for her not to be known by him after living in the same manner for a long time. Yi Li did not plan to hide it. She needed space to train herself and even learn more powerful things to strengthen her abilities. Meeting Imo Xiaoyao's eyes, Yi Li smiled innocently. If Prince thinks it's not bad, then it should be really not bad. Imo Xiaoyao clearly did not intend to get to the bottom of the matter. He smiled and shook his head. "If Lily likes, there are some martial arts manuals in the study. You can take them to read." Seeing Yi Li's eyes light up at his words, Imo Xiaoyao continued with a smile. "Since Li says she doesn't know swordsmanship, I can find someone to teach Li. Is that really okay? The better Li can protect herself, the more assured I will be. Why not?" Imo Xiaoyao said with a smile. Yi Li instantly felt that marrying a wealthy, understanding, and open-minded husband was too fortunate. "Great, thank you," Yi Li said with a smile. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. "We are family. If you need anything, you can tell me directly. There is no need to thank me." Seeing the sincere smile on Yi Li's face that he had never seen before, Imo Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel that finding someone to teach Li Li swordsmanship was not a bad idea. The palace banquet in the evening proceeded in a strange atmosphere. When Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao entered the hall together, all eyes in the hall immediately focused on her. Clearly, the competition in the Imperial Garden in the afternoon had caused Yi Li to be in the limelight. In just one short afternoon, not only had the officials in the Imperial Garden appeared, but everyone at the banquet had heard of what had happened in the afternoon. Seeing Murong Ting winking at her while sitting with Qin Zhang and Su Qingfeng's undisguised praise, Yi Li had no doubt that this matter had spread throughout the capital, but she didn't know how it would spread. Would they say that Princess Ding was skilled in both the pen and the sword, or that Princess Ding was so valiant that she scared the arrogant Princess of Shieling to tears? Thinking of the latter possibility, Yi Li couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. The so-called palace banquet was nothing more than good wine and food, singing and dancing to celebrate peace. Yi Li listlessly listened to the polite exchanges between the emperor and the foreign envoys, or the whispers of the officials at the side. She saw some dishes that she liked to eat. In any case, she could not expect to be full from the food at this banquet. She could just wait until she returned to the food to eat a midnight snack. Until a bright red dress appeared in the middle of the singing and dancing in the hall. Yi Li looked at the beautiful dancing in the hall with some surprise. She tilted her head and asked, "Why is Yaoji here?" Imo Xiaoyao chuckled softly and said, "They must have specially invited her to perform in the palace. Yaoji was born in the musical house, and her dancing skills are the best in the capital. Last year at the Empress Dowager's birthday, she was specially invited to perform in the palace." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked, "Prince, what do you think?" Imo Xiaoyao said, "Of course it's good. What do you think, Li?" Yi Li looked back for a long time and nodded. It's indeed good. She had heard of Yaoji's reputation. It could be said that she was a wonderful woman in the capital. She was born in the musical house and amazed the capital with her zither skills and dancing skills. She became the owner of the #1 brothel in the capital before the age of 25. She had contacts with many dignitaries in the capital. It was said that Mu Yang, the heir of Marquis Mu Yang, was her guest. Young Master Feng Sen also called her a friend. Since ancient times, only such a woman could live in such a carefree and unrestrained manner in such an era. The dance of the #1 prostitute in the capital was naturally amazing. At a glance, at least 70% of the men present showed a covetous look, and the women also showed a look of jealousy and resentment. Naturally, there were also people who looked at him with pure admiration, but only a very small number of people. After the dance, Yaoji quickly disappeared outside the hall, leaving only a touch of fragrance that made people reluctant to leave. Looking at the bustling people in the hall with different expressions, Yi Li only felt more bored. After telling Imo Xiaoyao that she wanted to go out to get some fresh air, Yi Li quietly left the hall with Qing Wan and Qing Shuang. The night wind outside the hall blew gently, gradually dispersing the smell of rouge and wine from the hall. Yi Li took a deep breath. Ignoring the music in the hall, the imperial palace was exceptionally quiet at night. Walking slowly on the quiet path, Yi Li's restless mood gradually calmed down. When she was about to sit in the pavilion in front, a strange palace maid blocked their way. "Greetings, Princess Ding." Chapter 105. Qing Wan stood in front of Yi Li vigilantly and asked, "Who are you?" The palace maid bowed and said, "This servant is Yi Zhaoyi's palace maid. Yi Zhaoyi invites Ding Wangfei to Yahua Palace for a chat." Yi was pregnant, so she did not attend the banquet in the evening. In the afternoon, she sent a palace maid to invite, but Yi Li declined her invitation on the spot. Yi Li naturally knew Yi Yu's thoughts, but even if they were sisters, she did not intend to let Yi Yu and the Yi family use her. The main reason was that Yi Yu's plans and ideas were too unreliable. If she was careful and knew her place, she might be able to give birth to the child safely and have someone to rely on in the future. Even if she had only seen her a few times, Yi Li still felt that the pregnant Yi Yu was not as pampered as the Yi family thought. "This consort is a little tired today. Tell Yi Zhaoyi that if there is anything, this consort will go to the palace to pay respects in 2 days, and then talk with her. Let's forget about it today." The palace maid looked a little anxious and said, "Forgive me, Wang Fei. Zhao Nyang does have something urgent to discuss with Wang Fei. Yili said lightly, even if there is something urgent, I'm afraid it's useless to discuss it with this consort. By the way, Yi Zhaoyi's mother, Wang Foren, is also in the hall at this time. Why don't this consort ask someone to help you invite her out? What do you think? Wang Fei, Zhao Nyang only asks Wang Fei to go and have an audience. The palace maid said. When she said the word, have an audience, there was a hint of coercion. Yi Li's face sank, and she sneered and said indifferently, I don't know that a Zhaoyi needs I to go and have an audience with her in the middle of the night. The word, have an audience, was emphasized. The status of Ding Wang Fei was very honorable. Even in the palace, she only needed to bow to the Empress and Empress Dowager. The Gue Fei only received half a bow, not to mention a mere Zhaoyi. If they really met, Yi would have to bow to Yili to show respect to the Ding Wang Fu. This. Newbie misspoke. Wang Fei, please forgive me. Yi Zhaoyi does have an urgent matter. Please, Wang Fei, for the sake of Zhaoyi's sister, go there. Yili looked suspiciously at the palace maid and slowly said, speaking of which, this consort has been to Yaohua Palace before. You seem a little unfamiliar. The palace maid forced a smile and said, this servant's appearance is average. Wang Fei might not remember me. Yili shook her head and said, that's not right. This consort is sure that you are not one of Yi Zhaoyi's 6 senior palace maids and 8 palace maids in the inner palace. Is it possible that Yi Zhaoyi will send a sweeping maid to invite this consort? The palace maid panicked and turned to leave. Yili winked at Qing Luan. Qing Luan stepped forward and effortlessly gave her a chop on the back of her neck. The palace maid's body went limp and fell to the ground. Princess consort. Qing Yu frowned and looked up at Yili, waiting for instructions. Yili frowned slightly and suddenly turned to look at the flowers on the side of the road. Who is it? Princess Ding. A slender figure came out. Under the moonlight, the enchanting face added a sense of calmness. Miss Yaoji, Yili said, why are you here? Yaoji smiled sweetly and said, I don't dare to call myself Mississippi Princess Ding can call me Yaoji. Yaoji came forward and glanced at the palace maid who was unconscious on the ground. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Princess Ding, this is? Yili smiled and said, didn't Miss Yaoji hear it just now? It's nothing. There are always a few strange things in the palace. She waved her hand and a black shadow appeared behind Yili like a ghost. Princess consort. Yili pointed to the palace maid on the ground and said, take her away. Don't scare her. The black shadow nimbly picked her up and disappeared into the night after a few leaps. I heard from Feng San that Princess Ding is straightforward. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. Yaoji smiled and said, young Master Feng San has mentioned me to Miss? She remembered that she wasn't familiar with the famous young Master Feng San. Yaoji covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes shining. Feng San has a high opinion of Princess Consort. Yaoji has always admired his taste. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see Princess Consort today. Yili lowered her eyes and smiled. It is Yaoji's fortune to see Miss Yaoji dance. I will keep what happened just now a secret for Princess Consort. Yaoji blinked her eyes and asked with a bit of naughtiness on her enchanting face. Yili smiled and said, thank you. Why is Miss still here so late? Yaoji sighed helplessly and said, some people and things are too annoying. I just want to find a place to hide. I didn't think I would be fated to meet Princess Consort. Yili understood. Yaoji was beautiful and skilled. There must be many people present who were lustful. But those who dared to pester in the imperial palace weren't simple characters. How about I send someone to escort Miss out of the palace? Yaoji showed a grateful expression and said, thank you, Princess Consort. It's nothing. Turning back to give some orders to Qingyu, Yili bid farewell to Yaoji and returned to the hall filled with singing and dancing. Imo Xiaoyao saw her return and gave her a questioning look. Yili shook her head to express her helplessness. Walking to Imo Xiaoyao's side, she sat down and told him about what happened in the imperial garden in a low voice. Imo Xiaoyao nodded and said, I will send someone to investigate later. Li should stay with me tonight. Yili nodded indifferently. Only then did she realize that the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be stranger than when she left. The original singing and dancing had long stopped. Everyone's eyes were faintly looking in the direction of the envoys from West Hill and Nanzhao. Even Yili's quiet entrance didn't attract much attention. Hua Tianxiang gave Yili a strange smile and pointed her chin in the direction of West Hill. Yili looked over and saw that Princess Lingyun of West Hill was crying with red eyes. Today was obviously not Princess Lingyun's lucky day. She was crying again after such a short time. What's wrong? Yili asked in a low voice. Emo Xiaoyao smiled coldly and said, the Crown Prince of Genom of Gojoseon said that West Hill and Dechu State wanted to marry. Before he finished, Princess Lingyun objected. In the end, the Emperor agreed to marry West Hill, but Princess Lingyun wouldn't enter the palace. And then? Then Nanzhao sent the king of Nanzhao's letter of credence, expressing his willingness to marry Princess Xixia into Dechu State. The emperor's meaning is for Princess Xixia to enter the palace and Princess Lingyun to Prince Li. Yili quickly glanced at Ying, who was sitting beside Emo Jingli. As expected, she was staring at Princess Lingyun with a dark expression. On Nanzhao's side, Princess Xixia's expression was also very ugly. Emo Jingli's expression was also clearly ugly. He gloomily stared at the aggrieved Princess Lingyun. Yili looked thoughtfully at Emo Jingqi, who was clearly very satisfied with her arrangements. For a moment, she didn't understand what the emperor was planning. Was it purely because Princess Lingyun had angered him that he was marrying her to Prince Li? But Princess Xixia had been in the Chu capital for several months. It was impossible that Emo Jingqi didn't know about the rumors about Princess Xixia and Emo Jingli. Chapter 106. The emperor will not allow Jingli to have any contact with Nanzhao. Even without Princess Lingyun, the emperor will not marry Princess Xixia to him. Seeming to understand Yili's doubts, Emo Xiaoyao said faintly beside her, Nanzhao is mostly barbarians. It is said that the country is small and the people are weak, but their customs are extremely valiant. It is only because there are too few people that it is difficult for them to have any influence. Yili said softly, the emperor does not wish for Li Wang to have any relationship with Nanzhao, but Xi Ling seems to be more powerful than Nanzhao. Emo Xiaoyao laughed softly. Xi Ling and the Dechu State are enemies. Unless Emo Jingli commits treason, Xi Ling will not give him any benefits. Besides, the emperor does not wish for a prince with Xi Ling blood to appear among the imperial heirs. Yili suddenly understood and looked sympathetically at Emo Jingli. It seems that this younger brother of the emperor did not make his older brother the emperor feel at ease. Emo Xiaoyao laughed softly. Li, your heart is too soft. There has never been a person without ambition in the imperial family. Yili was startled and carefully considered Emo Xiaoyao's words. Looking at Emo Jingli, her gaze became more thoughtful. But did Emo Jingli's brain really have the ability to think of such a complicated matter? Or was he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Returning to the Ding Palace, Yili couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Spending half a day in the palace was more tiring than spending a month in total. After bidding farewell to Emo Xiaoyao, Yili returned to her own courtyard. Mother Lin and Mother Wei immediately led people to welcome her. It was clear that what happened in the palace in the afternoon had already been sent back to the palace. The two mother servants worriedly scanned Yili from head to toe. Only after confirming that she was safe and sound did they relax. Yili had no choice but to ask for a midnight snack to fill her stomach. Mother Lin waved her hand and had someone bring over a bowl of chicken porridge that had obviously been prepared earlier. Yili looked at the chicken porridge in front of her, which was enough for 3 people. Nanny, although I am very hungry, I can't eat so much all of a sudden. Wei Mama glanced at her with dissatisfaction and said, Princess, do you think you are the only one who is hungry? Yili blinked blankly. Qingluan and the others had already gone down to eat. Wei Mama's face was full of disappointment as she stuffed the chicken porridge and the tray into her hands, saying, Prince has gone to the study. Wang Fei should send it over to eat with the prince. There's no need for that. I'll get someone to pass it to Ajin. My lady. Mother Lin sternly stared at Yili and said, You are Prince's wife. How can you let someone else do something like delivering supper? Did Airforeign forget to call you a wife when you were in the Su family? Seeing Mother Lin's expression that was about to lecture her, Yili hurriedly picked up the porridge and said, Nanny, I know. I'll send it over to Prince. Without waiting for Mother Lin to respond, she ran out with the chicken porridge. Yili felt that she had been wronged. The two nannies were very naggy, but compared to the nanny, Yili was more afraid of this Mother Lin who followed her mother. As long as she opened her mouth, she would quote the classics, explain the reasons, and lower her head to admit her mistake. A normal person would not be able to withstand this kind of verbal and mental attack. Helplessly, she walked in the corridors of the Wang Fu with the midnight snack. The Yahuan behind her also tactfully followed at a distance that was not too far or too close. Emo Xiaoyao still lived in the courtyard he lived in before the wedding, right next to Yi Li's courtyard. So before Yi Li could finish cursing in her heart, she was already standing outside Emo Xiaoyao's study. Just as she was about to knock, Emo Xiaoyao's voice came from inside. Is it Li? Come in. Pushing the door open, Emo Xiaoyao was writing something under the candlelight. Seeing Yi Li come in, he raised his head to look at her and asked, Why haven't you rested yet? Yi Li walked over and put the things in her hands to the side, asking, Did I disturb you? Emo Xiaoyao shook his head. Looking at the things on the table, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. You came to deliver the midnight snack? For some reason, Yi Li's face became slightly hot. She pretended to be calm and asked, What? I can't deliver the midnight snack to you? Emo Xiaoyao shook his head and put down the pin in his hands, smiling. I'm just curious why Li Li would take the initiative to deliver the midnight snack to me. No wonder no one thought to send me food even though I've been back for so long. As expected, after marrying a Wang Fei, other people don't care. Yi Li helplessly rolled her eyes at him and said, Are you going to eat or not? Emo Xiaoyao nodded. Wang Fei personally delivered it. How can I not eat? The two sat down at the table. Yi Li took 2 bowls and poured a bowl of porridge for each of them. She first handed a bowl to Emo Xiaoyao. Even though the two of them had eaten together almost every day, it was the first time they ate the midnight snack together. As they ate the porridge, Emo Xiaoyao thought and said, If you don't have anything to do tomorrow, how about accompanying me to see Dasaw? Yi Li nodded and said, It's been so long. We should go see Dasaw. I hope Dasaw won't blame us. Emo Xiaoyao shook his head. Dasaw won't care about this. Do I need to prepare anything? Yi Li asked. Emo Xiaoyao shook his head. We're just going to see Dasaw. Thinking about that sister-in-law she had never met, Yi Li could only sigh inside. For a woman at her most beautiful age to let her life wither away, it really made people sigh. How did you deal with the palace maid tonight? Thinking, Yi Li asked about the palace maid who had blocked the way in the palace. Emo Xiaoyao said with a frown, That wasn't a palace maid. She wasn't? Yi Li was shocked. When had the imperial palace become a place where outsiders could come and go as they pleased? Was the emperor able to sleep at night? Emo Xiaoyao said with a smile, She wasn't a palace maid registered in the palace, but that doesn't mean she isn't a member of the palace. There are some capable people in the palace who always have a few hidden cards in their hands. But that palace maid didn't seem to have any outstanding areas. Emo Xiaoyao said faintly, Sometimes, it's people like this who don't have any outstanding areas that are the trump cards. Can't you find out who she is? She's a death warrior, Emo Xiaoyao said. Yi Li understood. If a death warrior failed the mission, they would die. So naturally, she couldn't find out anything. But those who can have such a death warrior in the palace don't know. So, Li, if you must enter the palace in the future, remember to be careful. I know. Yi Li nodded. She also didn't have the hobby of seeking death. The previous Princess Ding Wenshi didn't live in the Ding King's residence. As early as the 2nd year after Emo Xiaoyuan's death, Wenshi moved to the Wuyuan nunnery outside the city to cultivate. Emo Xiaoyuan's 2 concubines also moved with her. Ever since she moved to the Wuyuan nunnery, other than the anniversary of Emo Xiaoyuan's death every year, Wenshi had never returned to the Ding King's residence. In the past few years, Emo Xiaoyao had also been in seclusion because of many reasons. So although he respected this sister-in-law, he wasn't familiar with her. Because she had obtained Emo Xiaoyao's approval, Yi Li woke up early to do some training openly. Then, she accompanied Emo Xiaoyao to have breakfast together. Both of them then took a carriage to the Wuyuan nunnery outside the city. Chapter 107. Wuyu Nunnery was located on a beautiful hill on the outskirts of the capital. It was also the family temple of the Ding Kingdom. Therefore, there were no pilgrims or tourists who came to offer incense. It was very peaceful and pleasant on the way. As soon as they entered the nunnery, they could smell the lingering scent of sandalwood in the air. Yili wrinkled her nose as she was not used to it. Emo Shouyao looked at her. What's wrong? Yili was a little embarrassed as she whispered, I don't believe in Buddha. If she went in later, she could not decide whether to pray or not. It was meaningless for a person who did not believe to pray in front of Buddha. It would not be polite in other people's eyes. Emo Shouyao smiled faintly. No wonder I have never seen Li go out of the capital to offer incense. In the Chu capital, regardless of whether it was a young lady from a noble family or a pretty girl from a small family, they loved to go to the big temples and nunneries in the capital to offer incense or ask for lots. Some asked for everything to go smoothly, some asked for their husband. But it seemed that they had never heard of the Yi family's third young lady going to the temple to ask for lots to offer incense. Yili lowered her eyebrows and said, Since I don't believe in Buddha, how can I ask for his protection? If Buddha is really spiritual, how can she be so busy with so many good men and women? Emo Shouyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yili with a smile. So, Li still believes in herself more? Yili raised her head and smiled brightly. If I can't even believe in myself, who else can I believe in this world? Emo Shouyao nodded in agreement. Good. I also don't believe in Buddha. Lili can do as she pleases. Not long after, a little nun came out from inside to bring the two of them in. Wenshi was a very gentle woman. Although her appearance was not very outstanding, the calm and peaceful expression between her eyebrows added a unique flavor to her appearance. Even the gray monk robe could not hide the gentleness and grace of a scholarly family. Seeing the two of them come in, her calm eyes did not have any ripples. It was obvious that her heart was as still as water, or it could be said that her heart was withered. Shouyao greets sister-in-law. Emo Shouyao pulls Yili forward and says to one, Sister-in-law, this is Li Li. Yili went forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, sister-in-law. Wenshi's gaze fell on Emo Shouyao's wheelchair and face, and then quickly turned to Yili. A trace of sadness flashed through her calm eyes. She said softly, Forget it. Sister-in-law, come and have a seat. Yili thanked Madame Wan and sat down beside her. Madame Wan pulled her to have a look. She picked up an old brocade box and handed it to her. She said, My sister-in-law is not a worldly person. I don't have a gift for you. This was given to me by Prince, your eldest brother, when I had just married into the Ding King's manor. He said that it was left behind by his imperial mother. Keep it. Although the brocade box looked old, its surface was very smooth. It could be seen that someone often took it out to wipe it. This should be a souvenir that Wenshi kept. Madame Wan smiled faintly and shook her head. Keep it. I don't need these now. Yili no longer refused. She put away the brocade box and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Madame Wan looked at Yili and said, Your eldest brother only has Erdi as a brother. As a sister-in-law, I am of no use. In the future, sister-in-law and Erdi need to support each other and live a good life. Yili understood that Madame Wan was talking about the change in the Ding King's manor. She did not stay in the Ding King's manor to manage the affairs for Emo Shouyao. Instead, she left the seriously injured and disabled Emo Shouyao and left the manor to cultivate. Yili did not think that Madame Wan was wrong. At that time, she was a girl who was not even 20 years old. She was not even a girl that could be cultivated by a noble family. When her husband suddenly passed away, and the only bloodline in the manor was seriously injured and disabled, a woman who was not strong enough could not support the entire Ding King's manor. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your teachings. Yili nodded. She glanced at Emo Shouyao and said softly, Since I am married to the prince, we will share honor and disgrace in the future. Good. Then I am relieved. Madame Wan nodded with relief. Yili frowned. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Sister-in-law, you must be lonely living here alone. I don't know if you should return to the manor. It is not inappropriate for sister-in-law to cultivate in the manor. Madame Wan shook her head and said, I am used to the peace here. I will not be used to going back. Yili persuaded again and again, but Madame Wan refused. She had no choice but to give up. After talking for a while, Madame Wen asked the two to stay for lunch. She said that she wanted to copy scriptures and asked Imo Xiaoyao to take Yili to walk around. Although Wuyue Nunnery was a family temple, it was not small. Yili pushed Imo Xiaoyao through the quiet bamboo forest behind the nunnery. Because of Madame Wen, her mood was inevitably heavy. Li, if it were you, you would not be like sister-in-law, right? After a long time, Imo Xiaoyao asked in a low voice. Yili nodded. She suddenly remembered that Imo Xiaoyao could not see her movements and said, I won't. I will try my best to live a better life. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, that is good. Sister-in-law is actually not suitable to be the king's princess consort. Our Imo family has wronged her. If it were not for the fact that elder brother wanted to avoid Imo Jingqi's suspicion, perhaps he would not have chosen Madame Wen, who was born in an ordinary scholarly family. Yili thought for a moment and said, perhaps sister-in-law does not regret it. Every time Madame Wen mentioned her husband, Yili could see a faint gentleness and reminiscence in her calm eyes. Perhaps Imo Xiaoyan had chosen her for the king's mansion, but Madame Wen might have feelings for Imo Xiaoyan, or Imo Xiaoyan might have feelings for Madame Wen. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, the king's mansion has never given her a chance to regret it. The Chu state did not forbid women who had lost their fathers from remarrying, but it was not so easy for widows in the king's mansion to remarry. Without enough courage to face the world, Madame Wen could not even think of making herself regret. But, Li, I allow you to regret it. Prince, tell me honestly, if you die, can I remarry? Yili raised her brows and asked. Imo Xiaoyao did not object and nodded. That is what I meant. Yili looked at the sky and rolled her eyes at a place where Imo Xiaoyao could not see. A wave of anger that came out of nowhere made her laugh coldly. Then, does Prince want to die early, or do you want to die early? She raised her brows at her strange words. Imo Xiaoyao smiled. I still want to die peacefully. Really? That's not good news. Move aside. Before Yili could finish her sentence, Imo Xiaoyao suddenly turned and pushed Yili away. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. A burst of sound pierced through the air and 3 diamond-shaped darts that emitted a cold blue light were nailed to the bamboo beside Yili. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me? Imo Xiaoyao lowered his eyes and stared at the hand that was placed on the wheelchair armrest. Haha, Imo Xiaoyao, you're finally willing to come out of the king's mansion? I thought you would hide inside for the rest of your life and not dare to come out to meet people. A presumptuous laugh sounded and a tall figure appeared in the bamboo forest. Soon, a group of black-clothed people surrounded the 3 people in the middle. Imo Xiaoyao raised his head and looked at the person who came. The smile on his lips was as cold as snow. Do you dare to take off the veil on your face and say it again? Chapter 108. The incomer's laughter suddenly stopped. His gray eyes suddenly contracted. He snorted softly and turned to look at Yili standing at the side. This is Princess Ding? Yes, sir. I have not asked for your guidance, Yili said with a nod. Such courage, the man praised. He seemed to look regretfully at Yili and said, such a pity. Imo Xiaoyao, with such a woman buried with you, you should have no regrets, right? The man clearly did not want to waste words. He waved his hand, and the frowning men in black immediately surrounded them. Take Wang Fei away first, Imo Xiaoyao ordered coolly. Several figures quickly flashed into the crowd. A Jin landed in front of Imo Xiaoyao with a long sword and looked warily at the surrounding men in black. 2 of the shadow guards landed beside Yili, one on her left and one on her right, wanting to send her away. The remaining people were already fighting with the men in black. Yili swept a glance. A Jin had only brought 7 or 8 people. She had taken away 2, so there were only 5 left. There were at least 20 to 30 assassins in black. Without time to think, Yili waved away the shadow guard who was pulling her and said, stay and help. Wang Fei, the shadow guard, stilled and wanted to say something in disagreement. Yili had already lost her patience and walked past them. She casually took down an assassin who was trying to sneak up on her and said coldly, what are you talking about? Take care of these people first. As she spoke, She nimbly kicked away an attack from another. When she landed, she stepped on the body of the assassin who had just been put on the ground and was about to jump up. The assassin on the ground wailed and then fainted. The two shadow guards exchanged a look. They would follow Wang Fei's orders and take care of these assassins first. Even though they were well-trained shadow guards, they did not understand what move Wang Fei had used. However, this did not stop them from seeing Wang Fei block an assassin in 2 moves and stomp on another assassin until he fainted. If he was lucky, he would be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. If he was unlucky, he would be paralyzed for life. Yi Li's attack was successful, and her heart was at ease. Although Yi Li had a certain level of confidence in her skills, she had never been able to determine the depth of ancient martial arts. After all, in this era, she had never really encountered a situation that required her to use her full strength. Judging from Mr. Feng Yu's light body technique, he would not be easy to deal with. After all, in modern times, no matter how powerful you are, you can't fly everywhere. But fortunately, not everyone had young Master Feng Yu's light body technique of flying around. If it was only close combat, Yi Li felt that she could deal with most of the experts. These assassins clearly did not think that this seemingly harmless Princess Ding would be able to knock down one person in 1 move. By the time they regained their senses, the second person had been knocked down by Yi Li's elbow. Yi Li had learned many things in her previous life. She had learned martial arts, taekwondo, judo, and so on from a young age. Of course, she had many brothers and sisters at home, so she had plenty of fighting experience. After entering the army, especially the special forces, the direction of learning had changed from defeating the opponent to killing the opponent. Women were not as strong as men, so Yi Li's focus had always been on technique and speed. She wanted to kill the opponent in 1 move. Not to mention the women, even the men in the team did not dare to exchange blows with her. In the beginning, she was not very familiar with it. After knocking down 2 people, Yi Li gradually felt that the feeling of the past was slowly returning. The results of her unrelenting training over the years were showing. Otherwise, no matter how much combat experience Yi Li had and how many techniques she had, it would be useless if her body could not keep up. Wang, Princess Consort, Ajin, who had been loyally guarding Imo Xiaoyao, couldn't help but be shocked speechless when he saw the scene. Was the person who had kicked an assassin taller than him until he spat out blood really the gentle and graceful Princess Consort? Ajin vaguely remembered that one night, he seemed to have seen Princess Consort use some method to knock Prince Li unconscious. He had always thought that Princess Consort had used some hidden weapon. Now, it seemed that it was completely possible that she had used brute force. Yi Li, Imo Xiaoyao's voice rang out from behind her. At the same time, a sharp sword swung at her from behind. Yi Li hurriedly bent back and barely dodged the sword that was coming at her. At the same time, a dagger that had appeared in her hand at some unknown time swept across the wrist that was holding the sword. Then she grabbed that hand and used his standing posture to twist backwards. With a crack, the person's arm fell to the ground with his eyes open. Yi Li looked down in puzzlement. At some unknown time, a small knife had been stabbed into the person's back. The blade had been stabbed into the flesh, and only the handle was left outside. Clearly, he had been killed with 1 blow. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. She quickly dodged the entanglements of the assassins and came to Imo Xiaoyao's side. Imo Xiaoyao said with a frown, "Didn't I tell you to leave first?" Yi Li and Ajin were on guard against the surrounding assassins. She said, "What if we encounter another group of people when we go out? Will the Saw be fine?" "Someone has gone to protect the Saw," Imo Xiaoyao said indifferently. "There are many mechanisms in Wu Yu Nunnery. If those people had barged into Wu Yu Nunnery first, we would have discovered them long ago." In this short period of time, more than half of the 20-over assassins had fallen. The man who had been standing at the side watching sneered, "The shadow guard of Ding King's palace is indeed worthy of their reputation. It's a pity that there are too few of them." The man suddenly jumped up and the long sword in his hand quickly stabbed towards Imo Xiaoyao. Ajin immediately went forward with his sword to block him. The two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows in an instant, but Ajin was only a youth in his teens. With a moment of carelessness, he was knocked away by the man's arrow. A hideous bloody wound was left on his right arm. The man did not pay attention to Ajin. After dodging his sword, he immediately turned towards Imo Xiaoyao again. Ajin cried out in alarm. He wanted to get up to save him, but he was held back by the two assassins behind him. Li, move aside. Imo Xiaoyao pushed Yi Li away. At the same time, he moved his wheelchair backwards. After dodging the first sword, an even fiercer second sword came right after. A person sitting in a wheelchair who was unable to move was naturally not as nimble as a person standing. Imo Xiaoyao turned his head and stabbed his sword into the back of the wheelchair. At the same time, Imo Xiaoyao suddenly stretched out a hand to pinch the blade of the sword. With a slight movement of his sleeve, a bunch of concealed weapons flew towards the man. The man was startled. He quickly withdrew his sword and quickly retreated a few feet away to avoid the concealed weapons that were flying towards him. The man sneered and once again rushed forward. He had clearly seen that Imo Xiaoyao's greatest weakness was that he was unable to move. No matter how great his ability was, no matter how many concealed weapons he had, there would be a time when he ran out of them. Imo Xiaoyao did not dodge anymore. With a schwa sound, a long whip flew out. The distance between the two of them was pulled apart. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yi Li stood at the side and was not in a hurry. From time to time, she would help take care of someone who wanted to sneak attack Imo Xiaoyao. At the same time, she stared at that person, trying to figure out his weakness. Finally, when Imo Xiaoyao's long whip wrapped around the man's sword, Yi Li sneered. She pulled out the golden hairpin on her head and threw it at the man's wrist. The moment the man was forced to let go of his sword, she rushed forward and mercilessly attacked the man's vital points with her dagger. Yi Li's moves were definitely vicious even if one looked at all the martial arts manuals. In just 3 to 5 moves, the man's right arm and left shoulder had been stabbed. Yi Li snorted in dissatisfaction. She ignored the man's right hand and stabbed the dagger into the man's chest. The man's expression changed. His right hand quickly and fiercely slapped towards Yi Li. At this time, it was too late for Yi Li to retreat. Suddenly, the slender tail of the whip wrapped around Yi Li's waist, and she was quickly pulled back by a force. Yi Li smoothly avoided the man's right hand and landed steadily in front of Imo Xiaoyao. Chapter 109. Not far away, the man's face was ashen white. He gritted his teeth as blood poured from the wound in his chest. When he had been pulled away by Imo Xiaoyao's long whip, Yi Li had taken the opportunity to twist the dagger in his chest. The sharp dagger had turned half a circle in his chest before being pulled out. At this time, there was a bloody hole in his chest that couldn't be covered. Yi Li looked down at the dagger in her hand and frowned in dissatisfaction. This dagger was trash compared to her favorite tri-edge bayonet. Cough cough. Such a good ding country Wang Fei. I didn't think that you had hidden your skills so well. The man pressed on the wound in his chest and coughed before speaking in a raspy voice. I won't attack if people don't attack me. Yi Li stared at him and said coldly, It's my loss today. Imo Xiaoyao, you're lucky today to have married such a powerful Wang Fei. The man glanced at his subordinates, who had been taken care of, and knew that the assassination had failed on the verge of success. Even if there were still 7 or 8 of them, his subordinates could not match the shadow guard of the Ding country Wang Fu if they had the same number of subordinates. However, you can dodge once or twice, but you can't dodge 8 or 10 times. Imo Xiaoyao, do you know how many people want your life? Haha. I'll wait for you underground. Finishing, the man gave up on Imo Xiaoyao and Yi Li. He shouted harshly, Give up the mission. Retreat. Then as the other assassins retreated, they blocked the path of the shadow guard that wanted to chase. In the end, they were killed by one of them. Chase. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, Don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's go back first. The shadow guard that wanted to chase immediately stopped in their tracks. Under Ajin's orders, they checked the assassins on the ground. Ajin ignored the wound on his right arm and tightly gripped his sword. Wang Fei, you're very strong. Yi Li shook her head. I was just lucky. Although he had won that battle easily, if not for Imo Xiaoyao's help, he would have been seriously injured even if he had been able to defeat the assassin. In the end, whether it was strength or agility, he was still lacking. There were a few times when he clearly hit that person, but because of the lack of strength, it was not enough to cause significant damage. Furthermore, even if he found the opponent's weakness, he would not be able to succeed because his speed was not fast enough. Very powerful. Ajin can't beat him. Ajin insisted. Yili smiled and said, if I can't deal with him in a quarter of an hour, I'll be the one to die. Wang Fei is very powerful. Can Ajin learn martial arts from Wang Fei? Ajin was a stubborn child and stared at Yili. If he was as powerful as Wang Fei, there would be no need for the prince to make a move. Imo Xiaoyao looked at Yili with a complicated expression and said, I thought that Miss Li only knew how to protect herself, but it seems that I was wrong. Miss Li is always able to surprise me. He had seen how Yili had fought the assassin. That gaze and the cleanliness of her attacks were not things that normal women could achieve. Even many of the Shadow Guard were not as decisive and vicious as her. He was certain that even if 3 Shadow Guards attacked her at the same time, it may not be Yili who lost. But Imo Xiaoyao could not understand. Yili had been raised in a boudoir from a young age. How could she have such skills? Those who did not know would think that this was a person who was used to fighting on the battlefield, and not a daughter of a prestigious family. Yili smiled faintly and was not in a hurry to explain herself, as long as the prince does not feel that it is a shock. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her for a long time. Finally, he sighed and asked, Miss Li, are you really the Yi family's third miss and the Su family's granddaughter? Yili said, naturally. Then, wait until you want to say it. Yili was stunned. She looked at Imo Xiaoyao and did not say anything for a long time. With Imo Xiaoyao in the Ding King's palace's situation, to be able to say such words made her feel very surprised. After a while, Yili said in a low voice, although I cannot tell you right now, I can guarantee that I am Yili. Moreover, I did not marry into the Ding King's palace with any motive. I believe you. Aren't we husband and wife? Imo Xiaoyao said in a low voice. Many thanks. Yili's heart felt warm as she said in a low voice. It wasn't that she didn't think about what she would do if she was discovered. Originally, she thought that she would first learn martial arts from the master Imo Xiaoyao found, and then slowly get used to it. Actually, this seemed very unreliable. At least she wasn't sure if she could hide it from Imo Xiaoyao. If she aroused Imo Xiaoyao's suspicions, then it would be even more troublesome. Now, it saved her a lot of trouble. No matter what, at least Imo Xiaoyao was willing to believe in her. No matter how much he believed, it was already much better than what she had originally expected. Miss Li, be careful. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Imo Xiaoyao's voice. Yili suddenly turned around and a sleeve arrow shot towards her. The dagger in Yili's hand instantly flew out. A clear shadow moved in front of her, and a figure pushed her to the ground. Imo Xiaoyao, Yili hesitantly called out. She raised her hand to support Imo Xiaoyao's back and instantly felt wet. Imo Xiaoyao powerlessly fell beside her and said with a faint smile, I'm fine. Prince. Ajin rushed over to help Imo Xiaoyao up. Imo Xiaoyao's face was deathly pale as he frowned and said, I'm fine. See if there are any survivors. Yili sat up and looked in front of her. The person who had just shot the sleeve arrow had already fallen to the ground, dead. And that person was the person she had knocked unconscious before. She didn't know when he had woken up. She couldn't help but bitterly laugh in her heart. After leaving the battlefield for so long, did she forget what it meant to be vigilant? She had actually left several survivors in this kind of battle. No. In reality, other than the last one, she hadn't killed a single one. If these people woke up at some unknown time, she couldn't help but shiver. A slightly warm hand covered her hand. Imo Xiaoyao looked at her and said with a faint smile, Miss Li, I'm fine. Yili lightly bit her lips and said hatefully, You're injured and you're fine? Then how can you be fine? Letting Ajin support Imo Xiaoyao, Yili got up and took back her dagger to wipe it clean. Then she tore the clothes on his back and checked that the blood flowing out was normal. There should be no poison on the arrow. She was slightly relieved. Imo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, I'm fine as long as I'm not dead. Yili gritted her teeth and waved her hand to let Ajin and the people beside her take him back to the Wuyuan nunnery. Without her order, the shadow guard had already flown away. He must have gone to find a doctor. When they returned to the Wuyuan nunnery, as Imo Xiaoyao said, There were no assassins in the Wuyuan nunnery. One had been waiting for them at the door after receiving the news. Seeing a group of people coming back, they hurried to welcome them and led them to the prepared guest room. Although Imo Xiaoyao's injury didn't look serious now, Yili had just checked that the assassin's sleeve arrows were all barbed. She could imagine how bloody the arrows would be when they were taken out later. Worried that one would be frightened, Yili asked one to go back to the room to have a rest. One looked at her and still went to prepare food for them with a worried look. Chapter 110. Imo Xiaoyao sat on the bed. Because of the wound on his back, he occasionally frowned. Yili asked worriedly, "Is it very uncomfortable?" "The doctor will be here soon." Imo Xiaoyao grimaced and said, "The doctor will only come to take the arrow. Let a Jin do it. He should be more efficient than the other doctors." Yili frowned and looked sideways at a Jin. "Does he know how to take the arrow?" "This arrow has a hook. If it was a normal arrow, and it did not hit a vital point, he could just pull it out. But an arrow with a hook was very difficult to pull out. If he forcefully pulled it out, a large piece of flesh would be torn off." A Jin shook his head with a serious expression. Imo Xiaoyao was helpless. If the arrow pierced through, it would have been much easier. Yili looked at him coldly and couldn't help but mock. If it was 2 inches lower, it would have been much easier. "Li, are you angry?" Imo Xiaoyao sighed and looked at her with a gentle gaze. It was as if the person with an arrow in his back was not him. Yili lowered her head in annoyance. A moment later, she calmed down and said, "Sorry, I am angry at myself." If she had not been careless and underestimated the enemy, if she had not been so lost in her thoughts, Imo Xiaoyao would not have been injured at all. After so many years of living a comfortable life, her vigilance had deteriorated to such a degree. If this had been on the battlefield in the past, it would have been enough for her, Yili, to die 17 or 18 times. Sure enough, the doctor came very quickly because he was dragged over by his collar. This doctor was very brave. After being dragged all the way to the ground, he still had the courage to examine Imo Xiaoyao's wound without a change in expression. After examining the wound, the doctor took the arrow that Yili had brought back and looked at it for a moment. Then he said, "Either this old man uses a knife to cut open the wound and take the arrow out, or poke it in a bit and take it out from the chest. What do you think?" "The back. Take it out from the front," Yili and Imo Xiaoyao said in unison. They couldn't help but glance at each other. Yili looked away as if nothing had happened and asked, "Doctor, what do you think?" The doctor nodded in satisfaction and said, "Both of you have made a wise choice. Although it seems painful to remove the arrow like this, it will only hurt for a short while. Using a knife to slowly cut open the flesh requires a slow grinding process. Moreover, the healing process will be slow." Yili supported Imo Xiaoyao as she looked at the doctor, who was skillfully preparing, and asked, "Doctor, you seem to be very good at this kind of arrow wound." The doctor replied without raising his head, "This old man used to be a military doctor." So that was the case. She watched as the doctor cleaned the arrowhead's tail, then mercilessly held the arrowhead's tail and pushed it forward. Imo Xiaoyao's body tensed up in an instant, his hand tightly gripping Yili's arm. Yili didn't say a word as she supported him. She watched as the doctor wrapped a sturdy strap around the exposed barbed arrowhead and pulled. A spray of blood flew out. The entire sleeve arrow left Imo Xiaoyao's chest. The doctor took the strong wine from the side and cleaned the wound. Then he skillfully bandaged it with white cloth. Only then did he raise his head and wipe away the sweat on his forehead, saying, "It's fine. It didn't hurt any vital parts or bones. Just change it every day and rest for a while." Yili looked at the blood in the basin next to her, and the pile of bloody gauze on the ground, asking, "What do you need to take? Something to replenish the blood?" The doctor disdainfully twisted his mouth, saying, "The prince is still young. His body isn't weak. Princess, if you're really worried, you can stew something like 4 substances soup, angelica soup to replenish the blood, or red dates soup." Seeing the doctor leave behind a few prescriptions for external use and swagger away with his medicine box, Yili felt a little embarrassed. Why did she feel that the soup that the doctor mentioned was for women? This doctor has a personality. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly, saying, He is the special doctor in our mansion. He used to be a military doctor of the Black Cloud Cavalry. Imo Xiaoyao was injured, so one asked them to stay in Wuyue Temple to recuperate. They would return to the capital when they got better. However, Imo Xiaoyao refused, and Yili didn't oppose. Since those killers dared to openly assassinate Imo Xiaoyao near the capital, they definitely wouldn't give up after failing once. Since one had made up her mind to stay out of worldly affairs, they would only bring unnecessary danger to her if they stayed here. When the shadow guard sent by the Prince Ding mansion arrived, Imo Xiaoyao left some shadow guard to protect one. And returned to the capital with Yi Li. Prince Ding was seriously injured near the capital, which was naturally not a trivial matter. However, Imo Xiaoyao seemed to have ordered people to block the news. After they returned to the capital, the dignitaries in the capital didn't seem to know that Imo Xiaoyao was injured. Anyway, Imo Xiaoyao didn't need to go to court every day like ordinary people. He just recuperated at home when he had nothing to do. However, there was one thing that made them quite helpless. As soon as they returned to the mansion, Nanny's son directly sent Imo Xiaoyao to Yili's courtyard on the grounds that Prince needed personal care because of his injury. Nanny Lin, Nanny Wei, and Director Imo were naturally happy to see this. They excitedly directed the servants to move Imo Xiaoyao's things into the new room. They were so happy that they seemed to forget that their master had just been seriously injured by an assassin. Because everyone in the mansion worked hard together, Yili had to take on the task of changing Mo Xiaoyao's medicine every day. Even though Yili used to be a soldier who had gone through fire and water, she still felt shocked when she saw the scars on Imo Xiaoyao's body. Not only were there knife wounds on his chest and back, but there were also some sword wounds. It was hard to connect this body with Imo Xiaoyao's image of a gentle young master. Yili finally understood what Imo Xiaoyao meant when he said, "I'm fine as long as I don't die." To be able to survive such a serious injury, he must have experienced a narrow escape from death that normal people couldn't imagine. Every time she applied medicine and saw this man smiling calmly at her, Yili couldn't help but feel a faint throbbing pain in her heart. However, she wasn't someone who liked to be conflicted. She quickly attributed this strange feeling to Imo Xiaoyao being injured because of her. She quickly immersed herself in the process of making up for it. Yili rejected Imo Xiaoyao's previous suggestion of hiring a skilled swordsmanship master for her. Instead, apart from handling the mansion's affairs and taking care of Imo Xiaoyao, she spent the rest of her time in the mansion's secret training grounds. It was a very focused training of her strength and speed. At the same time, she also trained in a certain type of internal energy that Imo Xiaoyao recommended. However, Yili knew that internal energy wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. As for the rumors of internal energy being able to split rocks and mountains at its strongest, Yili didn't understand. Why would she want to use her own hands to split rocks and mountains? If she could recover to her peak state, she could break a person's bones with one punch even without internal energy. What made Yili satisfied was that this body's potential wasn't bad. In Imo Xiaoyao's words, this body could be considered a good material for practicing martial arts. Thus, Yili spent most of her time in the training grounds every day. The original training grounds in the mansion had been changed by her quite a bit. Since only she and Imo Xiaoyao used it, Imo Xiaoyao didn't care how she changed it or how she practiced. He would only occasionally go to the training grounds to watch her practice when he had nothing to do. On the other hand, Ajin couldn't forget Yi Li's skills after seeing her fight. Every time he was by Imo Xiaoyao's side, he would stare at Yi Li and Qing Shuang and Qing Wan who were practicing with Yi Li. He was just short of begging Wang Fei to take him as a disciple. Chapter 111. Imo Xiaoyao also came from a military background. In the beginning, he didn't see the benefits of Yi Li's training, but as time passed, he began to see. Seeing Ajin looking pitifully at the three figures in the training field, Imo Xiaoyao couldn't help but speak up for him. Yi Li only smiled when she heard this. Right now, I'm only doing recovery training. The most important thing is to train my strength, speed, and endurance. There's no secret to it. It's just that Ajin doesn't have much time because he's with you every day. The word recovery made Imo Xiaoyao raise his eyebrows slightly. He smiled faintly. Does Li think that after this kind of training, you can fight against martial arts experts? Yi Li shrugged helplessly. She took the handkerchief Imo Xiaoyao handed to her and wiped her sweat. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The most important thing about my method is that it doesn't take much time, and it doesn't have high requirements for one's aptitude and comprehension. Using the Nigong technique you gave me as an example, without considering aptitude and comprehension, even if I trained for 20 hours a day, how long would it take to succeed? Imo Xiaoyao was deep in thought. Yili looked at him with a smile and said, my training, even though I can't train you to become a martial arts expert, but at most 1 year, I can make a healthy person's body reach its peak. If I focus on the various skills, a martial arts expert only has 1 life. Imo Xiaoyao understood that there were many people with good bodies, but there weren't many martial arts experts. Therefore, not everyone with good bodies could become an expert. Yili clearly wanted to find another way, bypassing Nigong and martial arts. She wanted to make a person strong. Li's way of thinking is very special. I look forward to Li's results. Imo Xiaoyao smiled. Many thanks. Yili smiled. She didn't mind revealing some things to Imo Xiaoyao because only Imo Xiaoyao could provide her with what she needed. In the entire Fu, the only 2 people who were dissatisfied with Yili's obsession with martial arts were Mother Lin and Mother Wei. It was clear that the 2 mamas couldn't understand why the elegant and graceful young miss would like to play with swords and spears after marrying into the Ding King's Fu. They even tried to persuade Yili that women should be gentle and quiet, and that if she was too strong, the prince wouldn't like her. When the nagging Yili heard the 2 mamas, she wanted to turn around and run. Imo Xiaoyao looked like he was watching a joke and didn't say anything, allowing Yili to be bombarded by the 2 nannies. Prince Wang Fei. Li Wangfu sent an invitation. Chief Steward Imo personally handed over a red and golden dragon and phoenix wedding invitation. Yili reached out to take it and raised her eyebrows. Li Wang is welcoming Princess Lingyun as his consort. Chief Steward Imo also knew that the currently Wang Fei was his Wang Fei's blood-related younger sister and explained. Li Wangfu sent an invitation saying that he is marrying Princess Lingyun as his equal consort. These few days, because of Imo Xiaoyao's injury and Yili's own matters, she didn't pay attention to things that didn't concern her. Yili almost forgot about Princess Lingyun and Princess Xixia's marriage and asked curiously, then, Princess Xixia really entered the palace? Chief Steward Imo reported, Princess Xixia is currently living in Zhaoyang Grand Princess Fu. The Emperor and Empress Dowager's intention seems to be to pick a good day to welcome Princess Xixia into the palace in August. But the title has already been announced. The Emperor has already conferred Princess Xixia as consort Xia. As for Princess Lingyun, because Shitzi Jinim of Gojozian is about to leave for Xiling, the wedding is a bit rushed. What Chief Steward Imo didn't say was that although Princess Lingyun was the equal consort was different from the wife consort. Naturally, she didn't need to spend so much time preparing like the wife consort. When is the wedding banquet? Imo Xiaoyao asked. 3 days later. Imo Xiaoyao nodded, saying, I know. Chief Steward, go prepare a gift for I and Wang Fei. Chief Steward Imo said with some hesitation, Prince means to attend the wedding? The prince had just been assassinated, and it was worrying to attend the wedding. Imo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. I can't not go out for such a small matter, right? Go prepare. Yes. Chief Steward Imo quickly responded and left. Not only did he have to prepare Prince Li's gift, but he also had to carefully arrange the guards and shadow guard around the prince and Wang Fei to ensure that nothing went wrong. Seeing Chief Steward Imo leave in a hurry, Yili sighed helplessly. She looked at Imo Xiaoyao and said, I don't know why, but I feel that the peaceful days are about to disappear. Imo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows, asking, You like peaceful days? Yili nodded. It's best to be peaceful and peaceful, to live a smooth life until old age, and then to die in bed without any regrets. Imo Xiaoyao shook his head. Then why do you still practice martial arts? Imo Xiaoyao always felt that Yili was an extremely contradictory person. Although she appeared to be elegant and refined like a noble lady, but from the very beginning, she gave him an impression that she was different from an ordinary noble lady. Sometimes, she was even more like a general's daughter than Morong Ting. Occasionally, the sharpness that flashed across her brows was not something that an ordinary woman could show. Yili sighed. Just take it that I like to be vigilant in times of peace. No matter how much she told herself that she wanted to live a peaceful life like a noble lady, but Yili was clear in her heart that it was impossible for her to be like Wen Shi and completely hand over her life to others. She could give in to her father's differential treatment, she could give in to all the cumbersome rules that she was not used to, and she could even give in to her own marriage. But she could never give in to Yili's nature. She could not let herself become a weak woman who did not know how to rely on others and did not even have the strength to protect herself. There were many things that she had prepared that she might not need in her lifetime, but she would rather put them there for her entire life than to find that she did not have them when she needed them. If Li doesn't like those trivial matters outside, you don't have to care about them, Immerse Xiaoyao said. There will be people below to take care of those things. Moreover, Dingqing's Fu does not need too much human relations. Yili understood. The Dingqing's Fu had been quiet for so many years, which was exactly what that person in the palace wanted. These years, the Dingqing's Fu's prestige in the Dechu state had been slowly suppressed. If she, the newly appointed Dingqing's Fu, was too active now, it would make the emperor afraid. Thinking of this, Yili's mind suddenly flashed. She abruptly raised her head to look at Immerse Xiaoyao and asked, why did Nanzhao and Xiling suddenly form a marriage alliance with the Dechu state? The reason that she had told Princess Lingyun before was just to deceive a child. Xiling and the Dechu state seemed to be destined enemies. It was good enough that the Dechu state did not take advantage of Xiling's calamity to loot the burning house. How could it be solved by a mere princess who was engaged in a political marriage? Immerse Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly, and he said lightly, Nanzhao is just in passing. The one who really wants to form a marriage alliance with the Dechu state is Xiling. Yili lowered her eyes. She only felt that the thoughts in her mind were spinning very quickly, and she could not grasp any clues at the moment. After a while, she raised her head to ask, if another war breaks out in the Dechu state, what will happen to the Dingqing's Fu? Chapter 112. Immerse Xiaoyao was startled, and a trace of undetectable sorrow flashed past his eyes. After a long time, he said in a low voice, the Dingqing's household no longer has anyone who can fight. In less than 5 years, the Dingqing's household's 100 years of fame will be annihilated. The common people were always forgetful. Even if the Dingqing's household had once protected the Dechu state for hundreds of years, even if the Dechu state was like a god of war in their eyes, once the war broke out again and the Dingqing's household was powerless, they would not remember their past glory and would only remember their incompetence. However, the Dingqing's household could not blame them because they were not in the wrong. Northern militant. In the study room, after a long silence, Yili's voice faintly sounded. Looking at Immerse Xiaoyao's expressionless face, she sighed softly. Wasn't it good for everyone to live peacefully in the world? Why did they have to drag the common people into the merciless flames of war for some completely unnecessary reasons? Yili felt that she would never be able to understand the thoughts of those in power. Yili suddenly felt that this man was very pitiful. He should have been high-spirited and vigorous like his ancestors, pointing out the country and living a carefree life. However, he could only use his youthful appearance to turn the tide when his elder brother suddenly passed away. As early as when he was 18 years old, he had already given up everything he could to protect the Dingqing's household's 100 years of fame. After losing his healthy body and handsome appearance, he still had to carefully face the spying and scheming from all sides, as well as the assassination that would come at any time. As intelligent as he was, perhaps he had already seen the future of the Dingqing's household. It was just that he was unwilling and could not admit defeat. Can we retreat? Yili asked. However, the moment the words left her mouth, she was annoyed at her own childishness. Since ancient times, how many of those who were powerful enough to shake their masters were able to retreat unscathed? Immerse Xiaoyao lightly said, Immerse Xiaoyao can retreat. Where can the 800,000 Mahist army and 50,000 Black Cloud cavalry retreat? Yili was silent. The people of the Mo family, such as the previous regent Mo Lufeng, and even the previous masters of the Mo family would not be more stupid than her. There weren't many masters in the Dingqing's residence. Of course, they could just leave. The world was so big. Where could they not go? However, The hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were loyal to the Mo family and the Ding Palace would not leave so easily. When the Daochu state was in trouble, it needed them. When the country was at peace, each of them became a thorn in the emperor's side. Once the master of the Ding king's residence left, the best outcome for them would be to be broken up and suppressed. No one dared to imagine an even worse outcome. Sometimes, in the eyes of an emperor, hundreds of thousands of soldiers might not even be comparable to a chess piece in his hand. If the northern tribes really reignites the flames of war, what do you plan to do? Yili asked. Emo Xiaoyao looked at her and said calmly, lead the troops into battle. Li, I will send you to Yunzhou when the time comes. With Mr. Qing Yun here, no one would dare to do anything to you. If it were me, the imperial family would not dare to touch you. Yili frowned. She suddenly felt that it was a bit ridiculous. They were originally discussing Emo Jingli's marriage. Why did they suddenly run to this kind of thing? Clearly, there wasn't even a shadow of it. But the faint uneasiness in her heart told her that the conversation just now was not her imagination. Even if her brain was damaged, Emo Xiaoyao would not be damaged with her. Turning her face to ignore Emo Xiaoyao's words, Yili nonchalantly changed the topic. Li Wang is going to marry an equal consort. Should I make a trip back to the Yi family? Without needing Yi Li to think, a steward came to report to the Yi family before noon. Old Madam invited Wang Fei to return to the Yi family to discuss something. Returning to the Yi Fu, Yi Li was directly invited into Old Madam Ye's courtyard. The moment she stepped into Ronglu Hall, she saw Yi Li's red and swollen eyes from crying and Wang Shi's angry screams. Old Madam Yi and Minister Yi were also sitting with a gloomy expression. Yi Li curled her lips and understood what was going on. Grandmother, father, Lear. Old Madam Yi saw Yi Li come in and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly beckoned for Yi Li to come forward. Yi Li's mouth twitched. She was silent inside. Old Madam didn't think that she could control the emperor's marriage, right? She was just a princess Ding. Don't talk about Li Wang marrying a princess. Even if he wanted to take a concubine, she couldn't control it. Lear, you're finally back. Look at your sister. Inger really has a hard life. Yili walked forward and glanced at Ying, who was crying in Wang Shi's arms. She sat down next to Old Madam Yi and asked, Fourth sister, what's wrong? Old Madam Yi said anxiously, Inger was married for less than a month, and Li Wang is going to marry an equal concubine. Where will our minister's Manor's face go? How will your sister live in the future? Yili nodded and said, Our prince also received the invitation from Li Wang Manor just now. At this time, fourth sister isn't in the manor taking care of matters. Why did she come back? Wang Shi glared and said angrily, What did you say? Inger is already like this, and you still blame her for coming home? Yili, are you still human? Old master, you see? Shut up. Old Madam Yi glared at Wang Shi and said angrily, Lear is right. Just now, this old woman has been talking to you for a long time. Did you turn a deaf ear to it? Li Wang Manor is now taking care of the marriage. If Inger, the princess, doesn't come out to take care of it, how will others see it? Wang Shi said with dissatisfaction. Li Wang let Inger down and still wants Inger to take care of the marriage for him? Is there any justice in this? Old Madam Yi sneered and said, The emperor's words are justice. You were also present on the night of the marriage decree. Why didn't you come out to take a look? Don't come up with those bad ideas beside Inger. Yi Ying's mind was still thinking about the conversation with Emo Xiaoyao in the morning. How could she be in the mood to listen to them at this time? She patiently persuaded Yi Ying, but Yi Ying didn't appreciate it. With tears in her eyes, she hugged Wang Shi and cried, sob, Father, it's all your fault. Why did you insist on marrying me to Li Wang? If not, how could your daughter be wrong today? This should be her. Inger. Minister Yi patiently growled and glared at Yi Ying with a gloomy face. Yi Ying couldn't help but hide in Wang Shi's arms with a gloomy face that had never been seen before. She sobbed with grievance. Yi Li silently looked down and concealed the fluctuation in her eyes. So it was not Yi Ying's idea to hook up with Emo Jingli in the beginning? Then, what did her father mean by letting one of his daughters hook up with another daughter's fiancé? Well, it's already like this. What's the use of saying this? Minister Yi impatiently waved his hand and looked at Yi Li. Lear, what do you think? Yili suppressed the doubts in her heart, raised her head and said indifferently, "It's difficult to follow the emperor's orders. Besides, it's related to the diplomatic relations between the two countries. I'm afraid there's no room for discussion." Minister Yi frowned and said, "Are we just going to let it go? If it's a lowly one, it's fine. But that's the princess of Shieling Kingdom." Yili smiled faintly and said, "It's because she's the princess of Shieling that we don't have to worry, right, Father?" Minister Yi pondered for a moment, and his brows gradually relaxed. He said, "That's right. Li Wang's future successor can't have the bloodline of the Emperor of Shieling. Besides, the Princess of Shieling put on such a show in the palace that day. I'm afraid that Li Wang has some grudges against her. As long as can control the power in the residence, we don't have to worry about a princess who's married for peace." Chapter 113. If fourth sister wants to gain a foothold in the house, I'm afraid you have to start with Xian Zhao, old concubine, Yili said softly. "What?" Ying couldn't help but scream. "That old woman has always disliked me, and you want me to flatter her? She has been thinking of ways to torture me." Yili frowned and interrupted her. "Xian Zhao, old concubine, is Li Wang's aunt and the Empress Dowager's younger sister. You don't want to flatter her, but there are many people who think so. Moreover, I'm not asking you to flatter her. You just have to let her not find fault with you. It's best if you can make her feel that you are a satisfactory concubine." Xian Zhao, old concubine, had been in the palace for decades. How could it be so easy to flatter her? She was afraid that when the time came, she would end up like a dog instead of a tiger. Ying said bitterly, "Since we got married, she has been finding fault with me. As long as I do something wrong, it's not right. How can I make her satisfied? If she finds fault with you, you just have to endure it. When you have time, you should ask grandmother how to be a good wife. You are Zhaoyi's younger sister, the daughter of the minister's manor. You have the title of Di Wangfei. You have far more advantages than Princess Ling Yun, a princess from another country who married into the empire. If you can't do it, then just pack up and go back to the minister's manor. Father and Madam don't mind supporting you for a lifetime." Ying suddenly forgot her grievances and distress. Her small face was red with anger. She stared at Yili with a pair of watery eyes. She sneered and said sarcastically, "That's right. If you can't endure it, you would have run back to the minister's manor crying. No, if you were not married, I would just hang myself with a rope." Yili was too lazy to be angry with her. She calmly put down the teacup in her hand and glanced at her. "If you have the time to be angry with me, it's better to go back and do what you should do." Ying still wanted to talk back, but old Madam Yi slapped the table and said, Enough. Learn from your third sister. Look at what you have become." Ying was stunned. She couldn't help but cry when she thought of her own situation. She wiped her tears and said, "What have I become? Who caused me to be like this? Right now, who knows how many people in the capital are secretly laughing at me? Woo-woo. How can Prince treat me like this? What did I do wrong?" Old Madame Ye's head started to hurt because of her crying. She said irritably, "Enough. What's the use of crying? You only know how to cry all day long. You're already married. Do you still think that you have your temper when you're at home? Men, send someone to invite Prince Li to bring fourth young miss back." "Grandmother." Yili stopped her and said, "Fourth sister, since you're back, there's no harm in staying a little longer. Prince Li would probably come personally to pick her up. If we send someone to invite Prince Li now, we will be at a disadvantage." Minister Yi looked at Yili with appreciation and said, "Mother, Li is right." Old Madam Yi pressed her forehead and sighed. "I'm going to be confused by her anger." "Old Madam, Master, Madam, Prince Li is here," the steward outside the door reported. Although old Madam Yi and Minister Ye's faces were still gloomy, Yili could see a trace of joy in their eyes. It seemed that Imo Jingli coming personally to pick up Ying made the two of them very satisfied. After all, their daughter was already married. No matter how angry the Yi family was, it was impossible for them to let Ying move back to the Yi residence and let the Yi family support her for the rest of her life, as Yili said. Not long after, Imo Jingli came in. His face was still cold and gloomy as usual. In fact, Yili almost couldn't remember seeing Imo Jingli's face in a good mood. It seemed that he always looked like someone owed him a few hundred taels and didn't want to pay him back. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yili. Imo Jingli paused for a moment before turning his gaze to Ying. Ying bit the corner of her lips, feeling wronged. She snorted and turned her head to ignore him. Minister Yi and old Madame Ye's expressions were also indifferent. They didn't have their usual attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Wang Shi's face was even more gloomy. If old Madame Yi didn't secretly glare at her, she would have questioned him directly. Seeing this, Imo Jingli's eyes darkened. Obviously, he wasn't in a good mood. In fact, regarding this marriage, Imo Jingli felt even more wrong than Ying. It wasn't that he wanted to marry that Princess Lingyun. Why would he marry someone who was defeated by Yili? Brother Emperor didn't want that woman, so he didn't even ask and just gave her to him. After returning home, Ying kept making trouble with him. Princess Lingyun, that ungrateful woman, even dared to make a scene in the embassy and refused to marry him. Who did she think he was? Did she think that he would only marry her? After being annoyed by Ying and Princess Lingyun, Imo Jingli directly went to the palace to tell Brother Emperor that he wanted to break off the marriage and not marry Princess Lingyun. However, he was reprimanded and chased out by Brother Emperor. Then, he was reprimanded by Mother Empress and Mother Consort. The more he thought about it, the worse Imo Jingli's face became. Minister Yi saw that something was wrong and stopped while he was ahead. He coughed softly and said, Prince is here to take you back. Sit down and talk to Prince. Ying turned around with red eyes and looked at Imo Jingli pitifully. Prince, her resentful voice made Yili tremble uncontrollably. She watched Imo Jingli walk over and hold Ying in his arms. He whispered, let's go back to the mansion with Prince. Inger is so sad. Woo-woo. Ying sobbed and fell into Imo Jingli's arms and cried. Imo Jingli held Ying's waist and silently listened to Ying's grievances. Although he didn't say anything, his face obviously improved a lot. Let's go back. Imo Jingli carried Ying horizontally and nodded to Minister Yi and old Madame Yi. He directly ignored Yili and turned around to walk out. However, Yili was left with a lot of questions. In fact, until now, she still didn't understand whether he really cared about Ying or not, and how much he cared about her. Probably. It wasn't easy to guess the thoughts of someone with facial paralysis, even if Imo Jingli was a slightly deformed facial paralysis. Yili leaned on the chair and supported her chin as she thought silently. After declining old Madame Yi and Minister Ye's invitation to stay, Yili brought people out of the minister's manor. Seeing that it was still early, Yili remembered that since she married into the Ding King's manor, she didn't seem to have gone out alone. Just then, she remembered Nurse Sun's various hints. Imo Xiaoyao's birthday was in a few days. Yili decided to see if there were any suitable gifts. After making up her mind, she brought Qing Wan and Qing Shuang to the busiest street in the capital. Walking along the bustling street, Yili couldn't help but feel a little distressed when she couldn't find anything suitable after browsing through several shops. She didn't know what kind of gift was suitable. Qing Shuang looked at Yili's distressed appearance and boldly asked, Princess Consort, do you want to buy something? Yili looked at the two curious maidservants with sparkling eyes. She hesitated for a moment before saying, Nurse Sun said that in a few days, it will be Imo Shuyao's birthday. I want to find a gift for him. Qing Shuang rolled her eyes at her. Miss, do you need to run to the streets to find a gift for Prince? Yili was at a loss. You mean to give a ready-made gift? Wouldn't it seem insincere? Moreover, there were a lot of treasures in her room, but other than calligraphy and paintings, most of them were women's jewelry. Did she really have to pick a calligraphy and painting for him? Chapter 114. Qing Wan pursed her lips and snickered. She blinked and whispered, Prince doesn't lack any treasures. If Princess wants to show sincerity, why don't you make a gift yourself? Even a purse is more valuable than an antique in Prince's eyes. Purse? Qing Shuang waved her hand. How can a purse do? How about Wang Fei make some clothes for Wang Ye? Make clothes. Yili looked down at her hands. She didn't seem to touch a needle and thread since she married into the king's mansion. But this seemed to be a good idea. Princess Ding? After making up her mind, Yili was ready to turn back to the king's mansion, but she was blocked by a voice from behind. Yili looked back and saw the pair of cousins standing in the crowd. She just wanted to say enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Shitsi, princess. Yili nodded slightly. Lei Tingfeng didn't seem to see Yili's indifferent and alienated look. He walked forward and smiled. What a coincidence. Princess Ding is shopping alone? Yili smiled. Qing Wan. Qing Shuang greets Shitsi and princess. Did Shitsi Genom of Gojoseon's eyes go out of their sockets? Didn't he see that there were two living people standing beside her? Lei Tingfeng's eyes twitched and he smiled. I'm going back to West Hill in a few days, so I want to buy something for Ling Yun. I don't know if princess can help me. Yili looked at the enthusiastic and indifferent siblings with a fake smile and said, I'm afraid I can't help much. How can that be? Princess is proficient in both the pin and the sword. She is also the champion of 100 Flowers this year. Her vision must be good. Lei Tengfeng smiled. Yili couldn't refuse anymore. She could only say, in that case, Shitsi and princess, please. Princess Lingyun glanced at Yili. Her face was haggard, and she looked dispirited. It seemed that ever since the betrothal, her life hadn't been too good. She just didn't know what method Lei Tingfeng used to make Princess Lingyun listen to him obediently. The three of them walked on the streets with their attendants. Princess Lingyun was completely absent-minded. Even when walking, she had to be supported by her maidservant from time to time so that she would not bump into the passing crowd. Yili saw that the previously arrogant and domineering young lady had become like a withered bean sprout in just a few days. While Princess Lingyun was being ordered by Lei Tingfeng to try on clothes, Yili asked, Princess Lingyun doesn't look too good. Lei Tingfeng raised an eyebrow and looked at Yili with interest. He said, is Princess Consort sympathizing with Lingyun? Yili glanced at him. Shitsi, as her cousin, doesn't sympathize with her. Is it my turn as an outsider to meddle in other people's business? Lei Tingfeng smiled unconcernedly and said, it's nothing. A child is throwing a tantrum and going on a hunger strike. A child throwing a tantrum and going on a hunger strike? Yili nodded. I hope the princess won't collapse on the wedding day. Lei Tingfeng was full of confidence. Or rather, he didn't care at all. He smiled and said, Princess Consort, don't worry. Our shieling will not allow such a disrespectful thing to happen. On the day of the wedding, Ling Yun will be glowing as a bride. Yili turned her head to look at the decorations in the shop. She didn't have any good feelings towards people like Lei Tingfeng. She didn't believe that Lei Tingfeng didn't know what kind of ending Princess Ling Yun would face if she stayed in the Dechu state to marry Mo Jingli. He just didn't care. A person who could push his cousin to a dead end with a smile and say that he was doing it for her own good. In reality, this kind of person was colder and more heartless than Mo Jingli. Lei Tingfeng saw the alienation in Yili's expression. He looked at Yili with a smile and said, Princess Ding seems to have something against me? Yili glanced coolly at him and said, No, I never have anything against strangers. Stranger? Lei Tingfeng smiled meaningfully. How can it be a stranger? Speaking of which, did Prince Ding and Wang Fei like my wedding gift? Yili said, The cloud-grasping sword is of great significance to the Ding Wang Fu. How could they not like it? I've troubled Shitsi. No. Lei Tingfeng shook his head and said with a smile, The cloud-grasping sword is a gift for Wang Fei. Prince Ding and Wang Fei's gift was sent to the Ding Wang Fu the day after the wedding. Did Wang Fei not receive it? Yili stilled and her brows furrowed. She stared coldly at Lei Tingfeng and said, Shitsi has good methods. How many people want such a famous painting? But Shitsi can easily give it away. Lei Tingfeng smiled and said, I'm a rough person. Famous paintings need to be appreciated by refined scholars, right? It seems. Prince Ding and Wang Fei are both very satisfied. Yili stared at him. Hoer smiled faintly. Shitsi has spent so much effort. How can Prince Ding and I not be satisfied? Speaking of which, Han Mingyue's Chu Jing beauty has long disappeared. To be able to see the former number one beauty of the capital, Yili is very fortunate. Interesting. Lei Tingfeng praised and looked at Yili with a smile that wasn't a smile. He said, Wang Fei, I don't believe that Wang Fei doesn't know that the woman in the painting is Prince Ding's fiancée. Yili looked at him. So, Shitzi gave that painting to make Yili feel ashamed? I wouldn't dare. Lei Tengfeng smiled and said, Wang Fei is talented and beautiful. Tengfeng admires you very much. How would I dare to have such thoughts? But Wang Fei should admit that sometimes what you can't get is the best. Isn't that right? Yili raised an eyebrow and said, There are many things you can't get in this world. Shitzi shouldn't have such thoughts. Lei Tengfeng giggled and said, Why shouldn't I? This Shitzi feels that as long as you want something, you should use all means to firmly grasp it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be regretful if someone else took advantage of it? Yili lowered her eyes and calmly drank tea. The princess is about to come out. Is Shitzi sure you want to chat with Bin Fei here? Lei Tengfeng stilled and said with a helpless smile, Wang Fei really is a straightforward person. Tengfeng can't. Yili raised an eyebrow and looked at him silently. Lei Tengfeng smiled and said, It's not a big matter. Someone wants this one to pass a message to Wang Fei. In addition, I also have a question that I would like to ask the princess. I'm all ears. Someone wants me to tell Wang Fei. Other people's things will always belong to other people. Lei Tengfeng looked at Yili and smiled. Yili didn't change her expression. This sentence, does it have anything to do with Shitzi's congratulatory gift? Lei Tengfeng shrugged and said, I don't know. This one is only responsible for passing the message. Also, doesn't Wang Fei want to hear what this one wants to ask? Shitzi, please speak. This one just said, this one admires Wang Fei very much. I don't know. If Wang Fei is interested in traveling to Xiling? Yili's eyes darkened. Was she being teased? Or did Lei Tengfeng feel that it was a very satisfying thing to kidnap Prince Ding's wife and elope? After looking at Lei Tengfeng for a long time, Yili faintly sighed and said, Shitzi, this consort has the intention of traveling to Xiling, but I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Lei Tengfeng's eyes were deep and unfathomable. I'm afraid. This consort will die at Shitzi's hands before stepping into Xiling's borders? Yili coldly laughed and faintly finished the latter part of her sentence. Lei Tengfeng's expression instantly froze, as if he couldn't think of what expression to put on for a moment. He could only stiffen his face and laugh dryly. What are you saying, Wang Fei? This one is sincerely inviting you. Yili stood up and smiled. Since it's like this, if there is a chance in the future, this consort will definitely go with our prince to Xiling to visit Shitzi. Today, I won't disturb Shitzi and princess's time together. Goodbye. Chapter 115. Ignoring the expression of Lei Tengfeng sitting there, Yili stood and walked out. In the inner hall, Lei Tengfeng, who had been left behind, stroked his chin as he looked thoughtfully at the bead curtain swaying because someone had left. The smile on his face was even more arrogant and ambitious than before. An interesting woman, no wonder Imo Xiaoyao would marry her. In the inner hall, Lei Tengfeng, who had been left behind, stroked his chin as he looked thoughtfully at the bead curtain swaying because someone had left. The smile on his face was even more arrogant and ambitious than before. An interesting woman, no wonder Imo Xiaoyao would marry her. Princess Lingyun walked out from inside, still wearing the same clothes as when she had gone in. She stood by the door and looked resentfully at Lei Tengfeng. Lei Tengfeng raised an eyebrow and lowered his eyes to hide the disdain in them as he said, Lingyun, don't think about it. Imperial brother is doing this for your own good. Compared to that Li Wang Fei who doesn't have a brain, this Princess Ding is very hard to deal with. Even if you enter Princess Ding, you will not be able to beat her. Haven't you suffered enough that day? You know very well that even without Yili, you would not be able to enter the Prince Ding mansion. Princess Lingyun stared at him and said, You are speaking up for Yili? Lei Tengfeng snorted and said, Pretend I didn't say anything. If you think you have the ability to provoke Yili, then go ahead. Let's see if she dares to shoot through your head next time. I don't care what you want to do. In 3 days, obediently get on the sedan chair and marry into the Li Wangfu. Don't force me to drug you. I am a princess, you dare. I thought that you knew your use when you made a fuss about coming to Dongchu. Lei Tengfeng looked mockingly at her. You didn't think that just because you came to Dongchu to choose a bridegroom, you could marry whoever you liked? No matter how favored a princess was, she was still just a princess. A princess who was married to him. Actually dared to put on airs in front of him? West Hill Embassy. After sending Princess Ling Yun back to her room, Lei Tengfeng turned around and returned to his own room. As soon as he closed the door, Lei Tengfeng's eyes darkened. His gaze shot to a certain spot in the room like a knife. The completely enclosed room was dark and unpredictable because there was no light. A slim figure in black sat beside a round sandalwood table. Lei Tengfeng's expression darkened as he stared at the back of the woman in black and asked, "What are you doing here?" The woman in black turned her face to the side, revealing a pair of moving starry eyes in the dim light. However, her eyes, which should have been as clear as water, were filled with obvious anger. "Why did you ruin my plans?" Lei Tengfeng snorted and sneered. "Spoil your plans? What has this prince done to ruin your plans?" Ling Yun's matters. The woman in black gritted her teeth and said, "If it wasn't for your interference, how could Ling Yun have married into the Li Palace?" Lei Tengfeng relaxed his body a bit. He walked to a chair on the side and sat down as he said, "You still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for you talking to Ling Yun all day long, how could Ling Yun have married the Li Palace?" Their original plan was not to marry a princess to a brainless prince. It was a pity that after Ling Yun's interference, the emperor would not want her no matter what. The woman in black snorted and said, "If Ling Yun had entered the Prince Ding mansion, wouldn't it have been better?" "Stop dreaming. Ling Yun has been fooled by you. Could it be that you also killed her?" Lei Tengfeng said with disdain. "Do you think that Imo Xiaoyao is some kind of soft-hearted person? If Ling Yun enters the Prince Ding mansion, we will have to collect her corpse in less than a month. Even if she doesn't die, do you think that with Ling Yun's brain, she won't be tricked by Imo Xiaoyao and turn against him?" As if she was angered by Lei Tengfeng's mocking tone, the woman angrily said, "Isn't the reason I'm doing this to help you?" Lei Tengfeng sneered. His face clearly showed that he did not believe her. "Help me? Help me? Why didn't you have Ro Yun come? Aren't you certain that with Ling Yun's personality, Imo Xiaoyao would never fall in love with her? What a pity. This prince feels that Imo Xiaoyao might fall in love with Yili. Impossible." The woman angrily shouted. She quickly realized that she had lost her composure. The black-clothed woman let out a breath and said with a smile, "Don't try to trick me. Imo Xiaoyao's eyes are above his head. How could he fall in love with a woman as good as Yili?" "Good for nothing," Lei Tengfeng muttered. He carelessly swept his eyes over the black-clothed woman before saying, "Imo Xiaoyao's eyes are above his head? That's not necessarily true." "Enough. I'm not here to argue with you." Lei Tengfeng lazily looked at her and said, "Then you can just tell me why you came to my room at this time." "I want to stay in Dechu State for a period of time," the black-clothed woman said. "That's fine. Just don't come back to Xiling in the future." Lei Tengfeng waved his hand and nonchalantly indicated that she could leave. "You." The black-clothed woman angrily glared at him. She couldn't say anything for a while. Lei Tengfeng coldly smiled and said, "You think I don't know what you want to do in Dongchu? It's rare to see a woman as greedy as you. However, you should be careful. Don't end up with nothing." The black-clothed woman hatefully bit her red lips under the veil. "Lei Tengfeng, you won't be happy if you don't mock and ridicule me?" Lei Tengfeng coldly snorted. He looked at the woman in front of him with an icy gaze that faintly revealed a trace of hatred. "You can't live if you don't go around seducing men. Don't be delusional. Imo Xiaoyao won't want you. Do you know where the painting you had people send over went?" Lei Tengfeng looked at her. Suddenly, a malicious smile appeared on his face. The black-clothed woman vigilantly stared at him. Lei Tengfeng looked at her with interest. Seeing her eyes gradually become flustered under his gaze, he smiled and said, "Imo Xiaoyao sent it to Suzhai that day. No matter how beautiful Suzuiti is, she's just a dead person to Imo Xiaoyao. What do you think you can do? Do you want to make a bet?" "I feel that Imo Xiaoyao will definitely fall in love with Yili if possible." The black-clothed woman's anger almost wanted to burn Lei Tengfeng to ashes. This time, she took even longer to calm down. She smiled sweetly at Lei Tengfeng and said, "Then what about you? Shilling Country's Genom of Gojoseon. Why are you so interested in Yili?" Lei Tengfeng's eyes flashed. He quickly smiled and said, "Because she's Imo Xiaoyao's woman. From this point of view, her value is obviously much higher than yours." The black-clothed woman's eyes moved. She softly smiled and said, "Then, don't you want Imo Xiaoyao's woman?" "Ha ha. Think about it. If the whole world knew that Imo Xiaoyao's wife ran away with another man, how interesting would that be? Lei Tengfeng frowned. He stared at the black-clothed woman in disgust and said, knowing Imo Xiaoyao is probably the most unlucky thing in his life. If I want to defeat Imo Xiaoyao, I will defeat him fair and square. There's no need to use such a method. Haha, how could that be? Meeting me should be the happiest thing in his life. Of course, I also think so. The black-clothed woman said softly. Her enchanting eyes revealed traces of nostalgia. Also, Imo Xiaoyao is already crippled. He will never go onto the battlefield again in this life. From another point of view, he will never be defeated. You actually still think that you can defeat him fair and square? The undefeated legend of the Ding Palace for hundreds of years. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.